Hello! Welcome to episode 175 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and potentially around the world as Lookout Sir. My name's Dan. It's that bit at the beginning of the podcast where I take it upon myself to introduce Phil, who in turn will introduce, in a roundabout sense, the topics of this episode, but not before we find out what's going on within. How are you, Phil? You all right, mate?
I'm very good, thank you very much. It's a nice sunny day in the shed. That is today's weather update. We're not in the freezing cold like we have been lately. I mean, it's still cold, but it's sunny.
March is by far and away one of the more optimal shed months, isn't it? This is basically March, April, September. Those are effectively your best months, aren't they?
Exactly. I mean, I'm still using the heater, but eventually, yeah, maybe in another month's time, it should just be fine, and it won't be too hot. Absolutely. And then after that, it's all downhill and it's too sweaty.
If you were to organise your year into essentially, kind of hobby optimism or hobby optimisation, more accurately, I would say that March is rattle can month. It's a fine time where the rattle can be operated at a good, March, April, fine rattle can temperatures for all your undercoating needs, I would say.
Okay. Yeah, possibly. I'd say March is it's a bit too rainy quite often. But I don't actually need a rattle can because I have an airbrush and I use airbrush primer instead.
Yeah, but we're not just all about you and your bougie airbrush lifestyle, mate. We've got, listeners who are the common man who still use the exorbitantly expensive rattle cans. I mean, good Lord. I actually bought some Mechanicus Standard Grey the other day for the first time in a while, and I was a little bit flabbergasted at how much Games Workshop charge you for that stuff now.
Oh, fair enough. Maybe Halford's card primer is the way to go. That's the cheap alternative.
Isn't it that other one, Colour Forge? That's the one everyone always talks about. That's the one you want. That's good and or cheaper. But still expensive, yes. I imagine.
And I think colour matched to the Games Workshop line, I believe.
I mean, what a coincidence. It's, strange how that happens. But on the topic of strange happenings, Phil, what are we talking about in episode 175?
Well, we have an interesting discussion where we talk about building thematic rival armies as a duo project for people. Talk about the concepts, talk about making even things for like tables, campaigns, missions. We try and run the gamut with that one.
It started out with the very kind of clear thing that we were going to talk about rivalries, and then in the end it just kind of subverted itself into us just talking about how you can inject more narrative into your gaming between friend groups, essentially. And then randomly me talking about a book that no one out there will probably own or have read, but then proceeding to basically go, look, Phil, look, a book. I mean, exactly the kind of content you want to listen to in a podcast that is exclusively a audio form of entertainment. But, we made it work, I like to feel.
Well, exactly. And then to carry on the theme of visual media in an audio environment, we talk about the latest reveals from the Warhammer World Anniversary Day, plus a couple of other reveals that happened around that time, wrapping it up all into one juicy package.
Absolutely. And there's no juicier package than a 5-star review.
Come on now, Timmy. You've got your orders. You've got to do it.
But I don't want to, sir.
You've got your orders. Now get up there, get over that trench, and get me that 5-star review, and get it back here right away.
Okay, sir.
This week's 5-star review comes from where, Phil? Noting that you have tried to assert that this game is more on me than it is on you now, with that whole kind of twist that you tried to suggest that it's more important that I give you hints in order to make it easier, because apparently now I'm being scored on the ability for us to have a psychic link.
Exactly. It was more, could you pick the thing that I'm going to guess,
That's
rather
fair.
than me guess what you've actually picked.
Well, again, in the spirit of clues, you said this thing in the last episode. You had it as an option.
Okay. I like how when it comes to it's about you scoring points, hints are being given, but when it's all on me, there's no help whatsoever.
To my defence, Phil, I started giving you hints earlier this year as a part of trying to make this really tedious piece of content even bearable.
No,
I totally did. You go back and you review the earlier episodes. You introduced this weird concept that you're putting on me.
Fair enough.
But I gave you hints.
Well, let's see if you have predicted correctly. Based on that hint, I'm going to go for Facebook.
Yay! Woo!
Well done, Dan. 1 point to you.
1 point to me. There we go. I will retire undefeated from the game of 5-star review getting. I'll tell you what, though, on the Facebook side of things, I've got to be honest, I'm not entirely sure whether we've done this one before. The Facebook reviews have been very poorly, documented on my part, and that's really all I can say about it. I'm fairly confident that we have a review from back in 2022 that we may have missed. So I'm going to review that later when I've got time to go back and look at all our Facebook reviews from 2022, early 23. So as I can do it properly. But we did have a review from 2023, and I'm pretty confident we haven't done this one because I checked their Instagram that they left us a link for. And, we are actually following it. But I think, weirdly, this is one of those ones where this individual has actually doubled up on us. But I might be wrong. I don't know. This is one of those things, but I'm fairly confident we've not done this one before. I think.
Okay, fair enough. I guess for the Facebooks, we can at least leave a comment to say we reviewed it to them, but also a mental note to us.
Yeah, maybe. Exactly. Well, here's the thing, right? We know this guy. He is one of the RFW event faithful. He's the KHORNE guy who attends the RFW events.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, I played him.
You did. I've played him too. So we've both had a go at him. Frank, the KHORNE guy, and as a result, we also both follow him on the Instagram side of things already. But
I don't think we've read out a review from him before.
No, I don't think we have either. I was fairly confident that it hadn't happened before, so I went with it anyway. But if we have, and Frank's benefiting from double dipping on this review segment, we apologise to those that we have missed, and we promise to do better. But irrespective of that, we're going to carry on regardless and do the plug, which is if you would like to leave a 5-star review like Frank has, you can do so on Facebook. Facebook's been very quiet lately, so maybe if you could leave us a Facebook review. I don't really know what it does for us in the realm of Facebook because, truth be told, we're not really in the business of massively updating Facebook, but it's a place where you can say nice things about us, and it assumedly makes a difference somehow, some way. So why not do that? Or iTunes, or Audible, or other places where 5-star reviews can be left. Let us know about them. We'll seek them out, and you'll feature here in the 5-star review segment. Well done. Additionally, we have a Patreon. Huge thank you to everyone who can support us on Patreon. Again, it's not essential. You don't have to do it, but if you can, we love and appreciate it. Obviously, thank you massively to all our patrons who support the show and help us make this come to life. Myself and Phil, don't like to make a big song and dance out of all the work that goes into producing an episode of Lookout Sir, but it is more aggro than you might appreciate. So again, huge thank you to the patrons who make it all the more bearable. You guys are fantastic, and again, if you would like to be amongst them, why not consider signing up on Patreon? Cheers. And then lastly, merchandise. There is merchandise. Phil, I was talking to my brother the other day, and he might start doing some random illustrations to add to our merchandise offerings. So we'll see how that transpires.
Exciting.
I know. Well, that one I've got of me meeting Warwick Davis that he made for me?
Yes.
Yeah, that sort of drew the attention of the bar staff at Warhammer World. I felt like that was, that gave me a clear indication that there was an appreciation for that sort of creative endeavour. So I've convinced him to try and do some additional designs.
Is the illustration of you at Warhammer World with the bar staff commenting on your T-shirt that's you meeting Warwick Davis? Is that the meta T-shirt illustration that we're going to have going on?
Well, potentially. I'll put that across to him. I'll go talk to him. I'll pitch it to him. I'll see him on Sunday. It's Mother's Day, isn't it? You know, so we'll all get together for the Mother's Day. So I'll put that across to him and see what he can concoct for me.
Sounds good.
There we go. And then obviously we'll update you, the listeners, on when those sorts of things are available. And who knows, maybe some of you will buy them. That'll be a first. Thank you. Although, to be fair, huge thank you to everyone who has actually purchased and supported us with merchandise purchases. You're awesome. Right. That's all of it, isn't it, Phil? I haven't missed anything. No.
No, I think you've ticked off all of those lengthy boxes.
There we go. So let's do this 5-star review from Frank the Corn Guy. 5 stars. I've been listening to these two since the start. Dan and Phil offer a refreshingly honest and open view of the hobby, giving credit where due. They are a joy. Jesus Christ. They are a joy to listen to and are great if you're looking for something to listen to on a commute or whilst hobbying. I have had the pleasure of meeting both these chaps and playing games with them at the RFW events, and they are great reflections of our hobby. Frank, that corn guy. And again, he's left links to his Instagram, which we will ceremoniously, call out and or, critique in the outro segment or the bit before the outro segment. But yeah, thanks, Frank. Obviously, had the pleasure of meeting you. Really enjoyed the game. I got to play against your many, many Khorne demons. Back in 9th edition, the forces of the Dark Angels were able to, suppress and subdue the onslaught of Khorne. I was very thrilled and excited that, my Terminators were able to withstand the onslaught that you brought. And, massive thank you for that great game. And obviously, even bigger thanks for the 5-star review. So thank you very much. And to elaborate on that, here is Phil.
Thank you, Frank. It's a pleasure to have a 5-star review from you over on the Facebooks. Also a pleasure to have met you in person at several RFW events, I'm pretty sure it is now, and also have a game against you in one of them where I was rocking my Minotaurs, bizarrely enough. Thank you for the kind words. Really appreciate it, and look forward to checking out your Instagram in that outro.
Absolutely. Transitional noise. Hello and welcome everyone to this part of the podcast where me and Phil are going to talk through various reveals that have happened throughout the course of the last couple of weeks. We're talking specifically about the reveals from the Warhammer World anniversary and also just the random Warhammer community updates that they so love to do. Aren't we, Phil? Aren't we?
Exactly. They've been very generous to us. It's almost like they're making up for the fact that there isn't a Warhammer Fest this year by gifting us some reveals, more so than normal.
Maybe. Although Warhammer Fest last year was in the month of April, wasn't it? So, obviously not going to be happening in April. I still hold out hope that they're going to do it around kind of like September, October time,
That would be nice. Yeah, I just seems like it's not going to happen now, which is a shame if that is the case. But we can talk about that in the outro.
Absolutely. It could, Phil, be the triumphant return of Games Day. You never know.
Oh, make everyone from a Warhammer store carry a big flag. That's what I want to see.
Absolutely. And in so doing, also, let people from the studio talk to people again.
That's all we want, really.
That's literally it, isn't it? That's like the main ask. But in lieu of that, we have this, which is, in this particular instance, the Warhammer World anniversary and or some reveals that accompany it. But how many years? I mean, what are we celebrating here for the Warhammer World anniversary? When was Warhammer World christened? Is this a significant amount of time? It doesn't really say.
You're right. No, it's basically a store anniversary, which I don't know if that's at all accurate or if they're just arbitrarily made up. I guess for some of the newer ones, it's a bit obvious when they were created. Maybe in the midst of time, they know the exact date that Warhammer World opened up, but in what form that took, I do not know.
Fair.
So, yeah.
Fair. Well, I just Googled it and there wasn't an immediate answer. The immediate answer you get is that Games Workshop started in April 1978. I don't know. But we can assume that Warhammer World's been around for a little while, can't we?
We'd hope so. Yeah, we need Jordan Sorcery to do a deep dive on the Warhammer World and all its history.
Absolutely.
Find out the correct date for us.
Exactly. It is ripe content for Jordan Sorcery. Is Jordan Sorcery still going? I haven't seen any of his content.
He's going on strong. Yeah, he's doing lots of interviews.
He's fallen out of my algorithm, Phil.
Oh, well, you should look him up. He's still doing good stuff.
Well, I feel like it's on him to earn his way back in rather than for me to go looking for him.
Fair enough. I think he is doing his Warhammer 7th Ed retrospective soon. It's not out yet.
Well, when he gets around to doing 5th edition 40k, I'll pay attention.
Well, he is doing Rogue Trader, so I think he's doing all the 40k ones. So you've probably got maybe 6 months or to a year before 5th edition comes along.
There we go. How you wish you were doing this podcast with Jordan Sorcery. That's all I ever get from you.
Oh, I mean, yeah, we've both got cats, so we've got lots of cat things to talk about.
Exactly. Whereas I myself do not have a cat.
No, I know, which is a shame.
I'm just so dead inside.
Exactly.
Anyway, let's talk about Warhammer, shall we? And not your love affair with Jordan Sorcery. He'd only hurt you, Phil. He doesn't know, how to make you happy like I do.
Well, exactly. I don't think he even knows my name, so it's fair enough.
That's fair. The unrequited love that you have for him. It's a terrible thing, really, isn't it? Anyway, so, Warhammer World Anniversary. First of all, we'll talk about the 40k reveals because, this is still a 40k podcast and we do like 40k. I know it's hard to believe.
Clinging on by a thread. Clinging on.
Clinging on. I mean, I still really enjoy 40k, Phil. I know collectively we've become a little bit AOS focused lately, but I'm enjoying playing 40k down the club, the local
good.
club. That was fun. Played a game the other day, but I'll talk about that in the outro. But yeah, so they finally got around to revealing the silhouettes for two of the figures that were shown at the start of the year. So the first of those is, I'm going to say anyway, the Custodes Shield Captain, which is super interesting. We've obviously had Shield Captains for a very long time, but they've not really ever properly had their own kind of dedicated miniature that stands apart from the regular range. And now they do. And what do you think of it, Phil?
I'm not a fan, I have to say. I've got some things to critique about it. I mean, it's interesting for a start. I think visually it's a bit different from the other Shield Captains. It's got slightly less armor, which I think most people have been criticizing its pose and saying he's a bit wide rather than tall, which is all valid. I have seen people say it looks great in Warhammer World because it was in the cabinets during the anniversary. So this always comes with a caveat of it looks maybe bad in the photos, but could be great in real life. And I heard, and I don't actually know how accurate this is, but it does kind of make sense. Apparently they take a photo multiple times, and you know how like on a camera you focus on a particular part of the model, so that bit is really crisp in focus, and actually it's quite difficult, especially with models of certain sizes, to actually have everything in focus. So actually what they do is they take the photograph focusing on different bits of the model each time and then stitch it together, which potentially explains why it has this sort of weird, slightly flat vibe to it, because there is no depth of field. So you're getting a slightly uncanny valley effect occur within the photography. So maybe that is one of the reasons why when we look at these pictures, they sometimes look a bit odd, because everything is pristinely crisp, and that isn't actually how photos work in real life. Yeah, I guess my main takeaway is, unfortunately, it's not I assume this is the case, it's not really a multi-part kit like the Spaceman Captains are. So it doesn't have any customization options to it, which I think is a bit of a miss. That would have been like a really cool thing to do if they suddenly go, okay, here's a captain. Yes, he can have a shield, but he can also not have one. Yes, he can have a spear, and it could be a melter spear or a regular spear, or it could be a sword or an axe. Like, if they kind of gave us a gamut of loads of cool things, that would have been really awesome. Before I dive into any more, and ramble on for ages, what's your takeaway?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I think for me, this kind of falls into the same trap that the Blade Champion has, I think, which is the decision by... It is a Blade Champion, is it? Everyone in
yes,
my circle always just calls it the Blade Wizard, so I've actually forgotten what its actual name is.
No, it is Blade Champion. I think that's the fault of Tabletop Titans. I think they call it a Blade Wizard on their streams. I noticed the one time I watched one of their Custodies videos. So I think, yeah, your local crew are watching too much of them. But yeah, Blade Champion is the correct term.
No, that's I thought so, but I didn't want to sort of be presumptuous on that one. But yeah, I think it falls into the same trap as that miniature, which is that there seems to be this emerging trend, at least with the kind of hero miniatures within Custodies, that they want to try and add these little flourishes to them to try and make them stand apart from the standard Custodies. And the way they kind of do it is by adding more fabric layers around their arms and legs. And almost actually kind of really leaning into some of the more kind of historical armor designs rather than, you know, the broader kind of Custody range, which, you know, incorporates more kind of sci-fi-esque all over armor.
Yeah, because what's interesting is the jet bikes actually have different armor, like it's slightly less armored. And in Horus Heresy, I think there's Auric Pattern, which is maybe the lighter version, and I can't quite remember the other one. So it's like standard, then which is the stuff the Custodian guards have. Then I think is Auric, which is the ones that the jet bike guy has, and I guess is also the same or very similar to the one that the Blade Champion had. Because when he first came out, he had a 3+ save like the jet bikes did back when the save was ever so slightly different. And this guy weirdly has a similar amount of armor plating to them, but in different places. I think he had his lower legs didn't have armor, but maybe the top of his of his legs did, and I think his arms were maybe a bit more armored. I don't know. This guy seems to have a lot less armor in like the wrong places.
Yeah,
and as you say, lots of cloth everywhere.
Yeah, lots of cloth, and obviously the assertion is that there will be armor beneath the cloth, and
I don't know. Doesn't look like it, but you're right. It could be cloth on top of the armor, which I don't know. That seems a bit odd.
Yeah, but that's the thing, I suppose, is that, like, to me, again, really leans into the kind of sort of Centurion Roman type of aesthetic, which I know Custodies. Here's the thing, right? To me, like the old Custodies ranges, or like the original beginning of Custodies, back when Custodies was just like one thing before it became more extensive in range.
Not when they were naked men in like little I want to say diapers, but that's not quite accurate. Little loincloths.
Yeah.
You're not talking about back then.
No, not talking about back then. In the time between then and now.
Okay.
And I don't know, there was always that thing where, I don't know, man, maybe like, here's the thing, right? It feels to me, I think the biggest issue that Custodies have as a range is that it feels a little bit square peg round hole sometimes, because Space Marines were kind of designed and created, at least in the original instance, as being a kind of uniform armor set that then you could layer other kind of militaristic things onto. Obviously, with the rise of Primaris, they've become a lot more kind of tactical in the way that they've portrayed it. So now, you know, you got stealthy suits and overly armored suits, and, you know, they layer it in that way. But like with Custodies, it feels like to me that the original conceptual idea of a Custodies, and when I say original conceptual idea, I'm talking very much about that midpoint, not the naked one and not the now one.
Yeah.
And it's that thing where, to me, like, the thing about the Custodies is that the joy of them was some of their uniformity, but also that kind of armor that they wore didn't really feel like anything particular. It just felt like something truly unique and awesome. And when I look at the generic Custodes model, I look at it and I think that looks cool. That's a really awesome golden sci-fi gothic grimdark warrior of incredible stature and scariness and awesomeness. And when I look at this guy, I'm just like, oh, so it's some Roman dude. And that's the weird thing. Like, it feels like really, I think my biggest problem with it is it's just a little bit too on the nose, whereas everything else has been more uniquely Custodes, whereas this just is like, oh, so it's a Roman geezer. That's basically my biggest problem with it.
Yeah, I'd actually argue he looks a bit more Greek. He's got
maybe
Spartan. He's got sort of Spartan Minotaurs vibe. I've seen even people say he looks a bit more Thunder Warriors, which I sort of get because of the lack of armor, especially in
the lightning bolts on the chest.
Legs.
Obviously,
well, Custodes have a lot of lightning bolts anyway, but it's prominent with him and on the chest and the spear. I think the giant Custodes. I'm just trying to think of the right word. They're kind of the Custodes icon that's used to represent them normally when you have like the structure of the Imperium. So it's the eye with the eagle in, and they are just emblazoned and like just stamped on his legs, like on his shins. Just seems a bit too garishly on the nose. And it's like, could you not think of something a bit more interesting and ornate to go on there, rather than I'm a Custodes and this is my symbol of authority on within the Imperium. I don't know.
But I think that's innately the problem, though, right? Is I feel like old Blanche created a really iconic piece, and that was kind of developed and created. And I feel like that's the thing with Custodes, like weirdly. And I have the same complaint about Grey Knights. Like, although to be fair to them, when they maneuvered Grey Knights from Grey Knight Terminators into the, in 3rd edition, new Grey Knights in power armor kits. Like, when they introduced Grey Knights in power armor, they did such a good job of it that you couldn't really kind of be mad at it. And then seemingly the redesigns they did of Grey Knight Terminators in 3rd edition were extraordinary as well, right? So, like, Grey Knights, when they first introduced them, or not first introduced them, but reintroduced them into 3rd Ed, I was like, well, this is absolutely spot on. But then when they had to get around to 5th edition and they were like, what else are we doing with Grey Knights? And someone went, Dread Knight? And everyone was like, oh, man, no. Like, I know Dread Knights now are, like, part of the kind of foundation of 40k now to a lot of players. Like, many people who play 40k today don't remember a time before Dread Knights, but when they introduced the concept of Dread Knight early doors, it was a bit laughable. People were a bit like,
well, I think there still are even to this day.
I don't think,
but
I think Custodes falls into that same problem in so much as it's like a super elite, super limited thing. And Games Workshop, because of kind of popular demand, are now having to try and make an army out of it. And because they're having to try and make an army out of it, they have to add things to it. But everything they're adding to it is almost worse than what was there before. So it's almost like every time they sort of iterate and add something, it's always just a little bit underwhelming. It's always like, Well,
what's interesting is this isn't anything new. It's just a shield captain. I think visually, yes, it looks very new. And I think maybe that divergence is, maybe gone in slightly wrong direction, personally, for my own taste. As you say, like Grey Knights, they work because they're so uniform and they're all wearing very similar looking armor. Although weirdly, you could argue they're meant to be like one-man armies. They're not meant to be uniform, and
so for
theory,
me, like
everyone should have a slightly different looking piece of armor, potentially.
Yeah, because for me, like, the Grey Knights sort of don't work as an army, though, as well. It's the same thing where it sort of feels like, honestly, I'm not hating on people having Grey Knight armies, and I'm not hating on people having Custodes armies. These are two Grey Knights less so. I mean, Grey Knights, I'm sure if they get good rules one day, people will pretend they love them forever. But there's a lot of Custodes players out there in a minute. There are a lot of established Grey Knight fans who have really stuck with them. But yeah, to me, I always feel like these are just things that really, to me, just work best as a super elite ally unit. You know, like
Yes,
I'm
that's
same
fair
with
enough.
Harlequins, Grey Knights, Custodes. They should just be allies. You know. In my
Yeah, fair
opinion.
enough. I would say I thought the Blade champion was a really great addition. I actually liked how that looked, especially because there was 2 poses that you could have him in, and the second one with the 2 swords looked
In the
infinitely
fullness,
better than the first one.
in the fullness of time, I liked the Blade Champion, but at first I was a little bit, what is that kind of vibe at first? But to your earlier point, I do think the fact that, yeah, literally it's just a specific model to specifically show a shield captain is kind of interesting. Because obviously to this point, shield captains have basically been built out of existing kits. So it's like,
Yes.
buy the Warden kit, build a shield captain. Whereas now it feels like with the new codex, they're going to be like, well, if you buy a Warden box set, it's a 5-man unit, and one of them has, has a Vexilla, and that's going to be what it is now. So it's not going to be that weird thing that it's been where you can build them in, lots of weird janky kind of configurations to account for the
If
fact.
every shield captain has to have a melter gun, that'd be a bit annoying. So I'm hoping this is just in addition to your normal shield captain that you can build. So they still keep that flexibility.
Yeah, I have to hope that that's where they go with it as well. I can't see them. Well, I can see them, but I sincerely hope that they don't make it that every shield captain has to be. But again, I suppose here's the other thing for me as well, though, really, with Custodes is, like, in the case of Custodes, the concept of having multiple shield captains in an army doesn't make sense anyway.
Yes.
Because they're all basically heroes that kind of operate in their own kind of way. So it's sort of, when armies have got like 4 shield captains in them, it always sort of felt a bit oddly out of sync with how I assert that they operate. But whatever, like, at the end of the day, the game's the game. You got to be able to add these kind of character units. Otherwise, Custodes are missing out on kind of core gameplay ideas.
Yeah,
But
I mean, they've got lots of characters already. I would actually say they'd be better off having more new units, even though, yes, they should be elite and potentially should be constrained into a very small number of units. But they already play using a bunch of the Forge World units. So I would have rather they almost just took some of those and ported them over to plastic. Obviously, this guy had the Melter Spear, and that was quite obvious from the silhouette. So lots of people were hoping that we would maybe see the Melter Spear unit come across from Horus Heresy, and that would be cool. So it's nice that they've taken that element from the Horus Heresy miniatures and ported them over. Thinking about it now, like, I'm not a fan of the miniature, but if you had told me that this was a named character for Custodes, I wouldn't mind so much. And I don't know why there's a slight logical leap there that I could buy into it more, because I can go, oh yeah, cool, he's meant to be a specific character, that's why he looks this way. Fine. Because you're not ever going to buy more than one of these anyway, surely. I guess you technically could, but
yeah, I can't see you buying more than one. But like, yeah, it's fine. Overall, it's all right. It's like you kind of spoke about. It would have been really cool had they given us a new plastic Dreadnought kit or a new unit. Like, that would have been really cool. But again, often in these situations, they phone it in with the character release, and that's what we've got here. I mean, credit where credit's due, though, Phil. We do get a new Codex cover, so that's a win.
I mean, that is a win. That is a gorgeous cover, I have to say.
Yeah, it's nice, to be honest with you. Again, what's interesting about it is yet again, though, it's focusing on the kind of established, awesome iconography that is Custodes, right? It's
the original kind of, I guess that is a shield captain. But can we just talk about how they've both got incorrect loadouts? So the guy, the new shield captain has a spear and a shield, which I don't think is possible normally, right?
Well, not presently, but it will
Yes.
be soon, obviously.
Because normally you have the spears on their own, or you have a shield, and it's sort of one or the other. And
Yeah.
I don't think necessarily the spears are two-handed, but maybe they are. Or, I mean, in a real world setting they would be, but these are superhuman, so it probably doesn't matter. And then in the artwork, he's got a spear and a sword, which is something no one has either.
No.
Oh, actually, no. Oh, you have the... Is it not Vexillers? Because that's the...
The
You've got the little
Misericordias.
blades of the Misericordias, yeah. Oh, actually, so you're right. Forgive me. I thought that was just a regular size sword, but it isn't.
No, it's an easy mistake to make, but that's a direct reference to the Shield Captain mini that comes in the Warden kit.
Yeah, because originally at one point everyone could have Misericordias, and I think a lot of the models do come with them.
I think they still mostly do get Misericordias now, don't they?
Well, not really. So it's not a game mechanic. However, if you have, for example, the sword and shield guys,
Yeah.
you can swap out your sword for a Vexilla with Misericordia.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, and I think that's the same with the spears, but I think the axe guy gets to keep his axe and the Vexilla, which is odd. But yeah, so the only time it's represented in the rules is with the Vexillas. So even though technically everyone else might have them, they don't get it as a weapon option or profile.
Yeah. But, I mean, yeah, the cover's nice. I think, again, it's one central heroic figure with a bit of stuff in the background. It's a bit more kind of traditional Warhammer 40,000 heroic imagery. Certainly doesn't hit the same highs as G-Steel Cults or Mechanicus from 9th edition, but it's perfectly serviceable. It's a better cover.
It's perfectly serviceable.
Yeah, it's a better cover than they had in 9th edition. This is an improvement over their 9th edition cover, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, no, I highly rate it.
The only thing that irks me about it, yet again, though, is the fact that we're continuing yet again to call this. This is still Adeptus Custodes, and this time around, the Sisters of Silence are nowhere to be seen on the cover. Which, again, to me, is a crying shame.
Yeah, fair enough. I think, in a way, rather than a shield captain, I would have rather a character for Sisters of Silence. Should they be called Talons of the Emperor? Yeah, probably. Should we get more Sisters of Silence units as well? Yes. Maybe one day they crucify them and they get their own codex and have loads of cool stuff. That would be nice.
I think that's the thing with the Sisters of Silence, though. It feels like again, like what you just said with the crew, feels like the area they could expand on with the Custodes and make them more interesting. Because again, as far as I'm concerned, the two things should operate in tandem with one another. And you don't necessarily need to call it Talons of the Emperor anymore, but although I think that's a perfectly reasonable title, I understand that Adeptus Custodes are the kind of the poster children and they're the ones that you want to emphasize, but that's fine. But yeah, it's disappointing that there's no reference or visual of a Sister of Silence on this cover. And
yes, at all. Not even in the background.
And also for them to basically go, here's our new box set, the Adeptus Custodes Battle Force, the Auric Champions, and it's like, yet again, no Sisters of Silence. And this box set to me just screams, bikes have been rubbish for the last little while. We haven't sold enough of them. Please get more bikes in your army.
Fair enough. I mean, it's a great looking army and like a probably good sort of, if you want to get into them, this is pretty viable. Yes, bikes aren't perceived as being that great. I mean, if this would have been like a faction, or not quite tournament winning, but it'd been up there for Custodes in the last edition.
Yeah.
Because bikes would have beaten these back in.
Oh, incredibly, yeah. Here's the thing, though, right? I mean, overall, Custodes are and continue to be the most sensible investment for anyone looking to get into Warhammer 40,000. They are still, by far and away, the cheapest and most effective army you can get. For the price per point on Custodes is the best return on investment.
Yeah, especially if you factor in like win ratio and stuff like that. I think that's
because
you're right. Because the only other ones is probably like Knights, but Knights currently don't do too well, I guess.
And Knights are crazy expensive, mate. When you consider that if your army list has between 2 and 3 big Knights in it, 3 big Knights is still like 300 quid.
No, that's true. That's
so. Yeah, the cost of those armies goes up and up and up. Whereas obviously Custodes, you could probably buy a 2,000 point Custodes army for under 200 quid, which is very rare in Warhammer 40,000 these days.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I imagine we'll see big point reductions in their new codex and all of their rules neutered and made into terribleness, because they'll want you to have to take Custodes and a Horde like everything else in 40k.
Let's hope not. Yeah, I'd rather they be really elite, and as you say,
but Games Workshop would rather they weren't, so as they could sell you more of them.
Well, no, that's true, but what they should do is make the Sisters of Silence aspect more elite and actually give you more unit choices and variety. Because if you want to, like, thematic wise, keep these the army as a whole quite one-dimensional. You've only got a handful of units, which is basically the Terminators, the Bikes, and Wardens and Guardians, right? And you'd be like, that is your whole army, and that's all it's ever going to be, and we're not ever going to touch the Forge World stuff, which is a shame. But if you're going to say that is what Custodes is, I would then go, okay, cool, but then let's add more stuff to the Sisters of Silence aspect to bulk that out if you want to.
Yeah.
Give your army a bit more flexibility. I think that would be a good direction to go in.
So moving on from Custodes, unless you've got any final statements you want to make.
I think we went into that more in depth than we needed to. But
I agree.
We had a lot to say.
Quite a lot of talk about a pretty underwhelming miniature.
We didn't even talk about the face and everything.
Oh no! Well, which face? The human face?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, a bit sort of. Who was the guy who did the Crystal Maze?
Oh, Patrick O'Brien or O'Neill?
Was it
Patrick O'Neill? I think.
Is that right, Patrick O'Neill?
I don't know. Actually,
I don't think that's right at all. Anyway, he's got a Crystal Maze vibe to him.
I know who you mean.
Yeah. Not the future seasons where the guy with the hair was in it. No, the one with the bald man who played the played the accordion. No, not the accordion. What did he play? He played the harmonica. Jeebus.
No, I was completely wrong. What is it? I'm gonna have to look it up.
Anyway, doesn't matter. Someone out there is screaming at us, going, "It's Patrick Stewart! Damn it, it's Patrick Stewart!" It's obviously not Patrick Stewart, but
Richard O'Brien.
Richard O'Brien, there it is.
Got part of it right. Okay,
there we go. Richard O'Brien, what a ledge. Anyway, I loved how he would go into the medieval zone and then keep talking about how his mum was talking to him.
Oh yes, mother.
Oh, mother. Well, that's good. Anyway, the next 40k thing they revealed is Big Mechs get bigger. With a new Big Mech Mini. So this is a new flavor of Big Mech. To the best of my understanding, this isn't replacing the current Big Mech kit, because that's actually quite good, isn't it? The old Shock Attack Gun Big Mech is quite a cool kit in and of itself. So I don't think that's going away. This is just yet another thing to add to that mixture, right?
I'd assume so. Yeah, that sounds about right.
I mean, it sort of, again, to me, feels stupid, because it's like we already got like a pretty healthy range of like Big Mech stuff. Did we really need another one?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the problem with the Custodes, that they kind of, for whatever reason, have gone, we don't want to make a unit so the lowest effort thing we can make, and that sounds really harsh by saying it, lowest effort, but that's true, is we're going to do a character. Yeah, it's interesting that you're almost getting more, rather than create more data sheets, even though this probably is going to be a new data sheet, but like a new unit type, a new character type, right? They go, we're just going to give you a slight tweak and a revision on something that already exists, or a different war gear loadout on something that already exists, which I don't necessarily mind because it is variety. But you get to potentially a stage like we were talking about with the Space Marine captains. It's like you get 5 different captains, each with different individual loadouts. And it's like, well, just give us a multi-part option and do that. Now, this guy's super dynamic, and I don't think that's necessarily possible with a kit like this guy. Whereas I think the Shield captain could have, been a bit more. Have like multiple weapons and options and stuff like that. So yeah, interesting direction that they're taking with codexes, where they're promising to give us new stuff, but it's only a mild variation on. Yeah. So what do you make of it?
I think for me, they made a mistake by leading with the sourpuss face. I think the kind of drab, miserable orc face with the bolts in its chin is really, really, really sort of somber and not in keeping at all with what I want to see from orcs. But thank goodness that, very quickly in the article, you see the alternate head sculpt where you've got a very kind of shouty orc with a massive metal jaw and goggles, and again, the overall kind of tone and impact of the piece really is felt with the use of that head sculpt. I genuinely, here's the thing, there's nothing innately wrong with the sculpt. In fact, it's actually quite a beautiful head sculpt, but that somber, dour orc is not what I want to see from my orcs. I think that is really, really not in keeping at all with what, Space Orcs should be. And to be honest with you, utterly absurd on this miniature in particular. I think that was a terrible decision. And it's a shame that you don't get 2 really characterful and really kind of, because at the end of the day, a big mech armed to the gills like this guy would be loving life. To see him just sort of waddling around with a miserable sourpuss it really, really underwhelms me. So yeah, thank God that there is an alternate head sculpt for it, because otherwise I genuinely, without that alternate head sculpt, I would probably be actually quite harsh about the overall miniature, because the face kind of flavors it so poorly. But yeah, with the alternate head sculpt, it's a solid orc miniature. I don't really understand why it exists, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot of orc players out there that like it. But yeah, I just can't believe that they led with, I'm a sad panda orc face. It's terrible, that face. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, valid point, I would say. I mean, I wasn't really focusing on that. There's something about the model that I don't like, and I'm not necessarily sure that's it, but maybe that contributes. Definitely the sort of mad goggle head looks a lot better, I would say. So it's interesting that there is another weapon option, which isn't the shock attack gun. It's the Shook Booster, which looks like a shock attack gun with a jet engine in. So, unless this maybe is replacing that other one. But I think what I don't like about this is the overall direction it seems to be taking some of the orcs in that they're not just big enough in their own right, and that they need to be mechanized in like exosuits, a bit like we were talking about with the baby carriage for Grey Knights. It's like orcs should be terrifying and big on their own. You don't need to try and make them even bigger by putting them in these exosuits. A bit like how Gaz sort of had an exosuit and shouldn't,
Well, that was
should be big enough in his own right.
Yeah, that was for sure one of my most frustrating things about Gaz. Is I think the miniature Gazgul, is massively let down by the fact that he's just this massive exoskeleton. Like, again, the old 90s 3rd edition Gazgul sculpt, or maybe it was 4th edition that they introduced that Gazgul, but either way, the old one, like Gaz filled the armor, so it was always that thing where the armor was sort of sitting on top of Gazgul, whereas the new Gazgul sculpt, it's clear that Gazgul was a teeny little orc inside a massive body.
Yes,
and even though he's a very big orc, he's not. It's not him filling out that suit of armor. That's just a big. He's just a glorified orc dreadnought.
Yeah,
and I think that massively diminishes him as a character.
Yeah, and I think thematically, to the credit of this model, it sort of makes sense that this guy is someone that would be, is a mech boy working on machines, and therefore needs an exosuit to carry around all these mad inventions. So I kind of get it, but at the same time, I still don't really like it. And I think this is my prevalent issue with 40k in general in terms of the overall direction that it's going in, and that is everything just needs to get bigger and bigger. And it's like, we've talked about it before about how, back in the day, a Space Marine captain was the bee's knees, because that was like, he was like the best thing that you could have for your Space Marines. And it's like, well, it's not that now. It's not even Calgar. It's a Primarch, and it's like the scale and creep of the game has gotten bigger in that sense. Not just visually bigger in terms of models, but the power level of the units on the table have gotten bigger and bigger. And this feels, like a very quintessential visualization of that issue. It feels like, to me at least.
Here's the thing. I've just gone back and looked at the old Big Mech with shock attack gun miniature. And obviously, look, the two side by side are clearly very different eras of, GW sculpting and model making. But here's the thing. The Big Mech with shock attack gun has way more personality, has way more character than this guy does. Like, this is a technical marvel. It is a far superior sculpt in every kind of technical sense. But the fact is that this miniature doesn't have a snotling holding on for dear life as it's being sucked up into a hoover and shot out of a wormhole. It's like, and the guy who is sucking up this snotling while shooting him out is, this sort of deranged, crazy Big Mech character that's having an amazing time firing, snotlings at warp speed through their enemies. Like, there's just a joy to the old miniature that's just sadly lacking here, especially with that sourpuss head sculpt. It's just like, I get no impression that this orc is having a fun time. If anything, it looks like the exoskeleton is like one of those like fungal infections that mind controls ants. It's like, is it okay. Now? You remember when during the events of not the Beast Arises. What was it? It was the orc story where they basically near wiped out the Imperial Fist. Was that the Beast Arises?
That was Beast Arises, yeah.
But there was all this talk about there being this orc big brain. The orc big brain where they were talking about.
Oh, I had never read it, so I don't actually know. But I know bits of it.
So the idea always was that like Gaz was obviously this big like war boss that was able to galvanize and bring the orcs together in a way that no one else was able to. But there was always this this sort of theory that behind the orc somewhere there's this orc big brain that is kind of calling the shots. And maybe what it turns out is maybe this could be a really interesting narrative through line for orcs where maybe they're being actually taken over by like AI. Like, I think that'd be quite funny, because this sort of looks like there's a poor orc trapped by a robot, basically. It starts to look like who's piloting who in this picture is what I'm trying to say.
That's fair enough. Yeah. What's interesting, I just realised, is the old shock attack gun actually had a little jet engine in it as well. So actually, that shock booster pretty much is a shock attack gun.
Yeah, but without a hoover for snotlings.
Yes, that's the bit is missing, unfortunately.
Yeah, which really, again, takes a lot away from it, mate. I think it's a very competent sculpt, but it doesn't feel very orky.
It's missing the humour of some of those old, like that original model that you're talking about. It looks very serious.
Yeah.
And that sort of isn't what orcs are. I mean, the only kind of mildly comical thing is that he's wearing goggles in that second head. And that there's, I don't know, like a skull on his backpack, and that's kind of it. But yeah, the first head version's too serious and a bit sour looking, as you say, which fair point.
Yeah.
Second guy looks like he's having a bit more fun.
And to be totally clear as well, this isn't a problem that is exclusive to the 48K orcs. The Zogrot Anvil Smasher for Iron Jaws had the exact same problem, where it was just like, oh, I'm just the most boring orc miniature imaginable, but it comes with a squig companion, so thumbs up. It's like, I just think, overall, I want to like it more. And again, thank God they've got a more characterful head swap for it. But I mean, again, if you like it, good for you. I'm not saying I dislike it necessarily. I just feel like it's a weird direction for them to take the orcs in,
Yeah, fair enough. And what do you think about the army box set? The Stomper Boys.
Again, they've obviously got a bunch of Stompers that they want to sell. So,
is it me, or are these all really old minis? Like all the orcs, none of them look like. Is there some of the new boys in there in the middle row?
That's the new boys unit. So that's the new boys unit, and then the looters and the burners are basically old. I mean, they are a pretty old kit now. The Stomper is pretty old now. As is the wagon,
truck.
Yeah, the truck, sorry. But you know what? I mean, it's, again, like, it's a decent box, but here's the thing. I mean, again, compared to the Custodes box, I mean, you buy this and it's probably 200 points worth of orcs. So,
not with the Stomper, it's not.
All right,
like
sorry.
With the boys themselves, yeah, fair enough.
With the Stomper, it's probably 400.
It used to be 1,000 points back in the day.
Oh yeah, no, Stompers are probably now. Hang on, I can look it up. How many points is an orc Stomper in modern points?
It is 800 points.
Oh, 800 points. Fine. So there you go. With the orc Stomper, that's probably it's probably 1,100 points that box. Which isn't too terrible, I suppose. But
get yourself two of those. That's interesting orc army. Yeah.
I mean, a very skewed orc army with a very specific idea, but yeah, it's cool.
I mean, I do love Stompers. I think they're visually very cool looking.
Yeah, I mean, the Stomper kit, in my opinion, is probably one of the crowning achievements of Games Workshop's plastic construction method. Like, I genuinely think the Stomper is one of the greatest kits that Games Workshop's ever made. Not only because of what it represents for the company, because it was like their very first Titanic scale miniature that they produced in plastic. So that in itself is a huge accomplishment, but also just, visually it's very good. It's a really, really nice looking really, really nice looking kit.
And then the Codex. I think that's a new piece of artwork, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a new cover. Here's the thing. It kind of feels similar to the because I've got the Beast Snagger edition of the 9th edition Codex, and I didn't like the Beast Snagger Codex cover because it's just a kind of drabbish illustration of a orc riding a squig boar, whatever it is, and it has a very similar kind of color palette in the sense that the backdrop is very similar to this and has a lot of the same kind of color cues. The main Orc Codex, if I remember correctly, was like a mega knob with a bunch of orcs running around it, and I think it's sort of, hang on, I've just found an image of it. So yeah, no, it is a mega knob or maybe mega boss with a bunch of different shooters going around it.
But it's like silhouetted and framed with explosions, and they're all shooting. So there's a lot of like bright pops of color.
Yeah, this to me is fine, but again, not exceptional. It's. I mean, again, for me, I feel like the quintessential. Well, to be fair, the second ed Orc Codex is always going to be the
best, yeah.
My main squeeze. But I got to be honest with you, the 4th edition Orc Codex cover is still by far and away my favourite Orc cover ever. The 4th edition Orc cover is utterly levels. That is a beautiful piece of artwork. But again, go out and find out what the 4th edition Codex looks like. It's well pretty.
Oh yeah, I'm just looking at it now. Yeah.
Oh, that is the best they've done of the modern Orc miniature range. The 4th edition Codex cover.
Yeah. Personally, I'd still go for second ed, but I'd probably say
every time. But
most,
yeah. But second ed doesn't really represent the orcs as they are today.
Should. God damn it, they should.
I totally agree with you, but unfortunately, that's not the reality we live in.
Yeah, I think it's competently drawn. The orc itself is really good, but there's really nothing else in the frame of the image. And as you say, the color saturation's just cranked so far down. There's not really much contrast in terms of what's going on, and it just looks really bland, which isn't really what you want. It's like they've gone, we need it to look grimdark, and they've just made it all dirty. And it should look a bit, you can have grimdark, but it could still be, have a bit of colour to it, or crank up the saturation a touch, I think. And that's sort of what it's missing, I would say.
Yeah. It's fine, it's serviceable, but it's again, it's pretty. I think there's a thing, right? Like, I absolutely understand why they're going for this kind of single heroic character in these books, to sort of like, they're going back to that now where they want to emphasize, similar to what they did with 6th and 7th edition, where they want to emphasize that sort of single heroic character. But I feel like in the case of orcs, it's like orcs really do need more of a rabble, a bit more of they need a few more things in the focal point, but whatever, it's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a serviceable cover, but yeah, it doesn't quite spark my imagination as the 4th edition Codex did.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, orcs there, everybody. Everyone loves orcs. So yeah, hopefully that's exciting for yourself. Changing tact quite considerably, and I'll be surprised. Now, bear in mind, me and Phil have not talked about this before recording this, so I don't know for certain what he's going to say, but I'm fairly confident that when I say that the Gnomes Blood Bowl team is a beautiful demonstration of the Specialist Games team and or Games Workshop getting it right, I imagine he would echo my sentiment, right, Phil?
No.
Oh my god, I'm totally wrong.
Sorry to be.
No, it's good. It's good. I like this.
I think it's very left field. I think the problem I have is with the concept of gnomes in Warhammer. Like, to me,
not in Warhammer, Phil. Blood Bowl.
Well, yes, but in the Warhammer old world setting, Warhammer Fantasy, which is what Blood Bowl is a parallel of, right? It's the comedic parallel universe to Warhammer Fantasy. in all my times of, playing Warhammer as a kid and, pouring through the Warhammer roleplay books, and I'm probably wrong here, but I never in my life imagined gnomes being part of the setting. And I think they do go back to maybe like 4th Ed or something, like really far back. But these are very quintessentially like folklore-looking gnomes. They're super generic. They're just gnomes. And I think that's, I had a similar problem with the undead team that was the American Halloween like undead team, where it was
you mean one of the best Blood Bowl teams available.
The Pumpkinhead, the Frankenstein zombie. Yeah, I just hated that team because it wasn't Warhammer Fantasy. It was like you're just putting in some very, very tropey things. And I know that's sort of what Blood Bowl often is, but it didn't have the Warhammer twist to it. What I love about this team, though, to say something positive, is the animals. And it feels like really you are playing a team of animals and there's some little guys just accompanying them. And by the sounds of it, that's how they actually play. So those elements I think is very cool. It's all very cute, I feel like. It might grow on me over time, and I'm sure when I see them, I think they're beautiful sculpts because I do think they're very good. But yeah, the gnomes are just too cutesy for my liking.
That's
like,
fair.
Blood Bowl needs to have an element of violence to it as well as its comedy, I would say.
See, for me, here's the thing. For me, I put this in the same category as the Snotling team or the new like vampire team, for example. I genuinely think like when it comes to Blood Bowl, it's pretty consistently one of the best ranges that Games Workshop has, and I think they consistently deliver really good quality. And I just think, there's so much character to it. Although I agree with you, like the gnomes themselves are probably some of the least. I suppose I suppose if I had to like pick a grumble with this gnome Blood Bowl team, is they don't look very much like a Blood Bowl team. It's probably
actually. Did you know what? I think you're right. Someone's gone, I really like gnomes. I've just sculpted gnomes, and they've like have them all carrying these weird little knuckle dusters. And to me, that's the thing I really don't like on them, because it completely sits out of place of the rest of the miniature, even though that one bit is the most Blood Bowl elements to it.
Yeah,
like maybe if it's like, I get that they're gnomes, but put them at least in some kind of helmets. Like even the halflings are wearing
pots and pans.
Pots and pans, and it's like, okay, I get it. Right, they're halflings being halflings, but they're still being a Blood Bowl team. Whereas these are literally just gnomes, and they've gone, oh well, they should at least be carrying a knife of some kind. And it just, I don't know, I don't like the look of it. It's like a weird hands knife. It's like it's not even like they're just carrying knives and forks, which sort of might be a bit more comical.
I mean, the Snotling team had the very similar problem, though. But even then, I feel like the Snotling team. Actually, I say that.
They look great. Snotlings looked awesome, though.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
When I say the Snotlings have the same problem, is I think the Snotlings probably didn't look that much like a Blood Bowl team. They just looked like Snotlings. It's like it was just a assortment of Snotlings that you just went, there you go. They're playing Blood Bowl, don't you know? But, some of them have got hats and some of them have got shoulder pads, so maybe. But, yeah, I just really like the flavour of it, though. I think they've really hit the big goose and all the other, like the badger and all the foxes and things. I think there's just a lot of really nice flavour to it. I think it's a really cool looking set of miniatures. Would I myself purchase it? No, it's not something I'm very likely to buy, but I think for a lot of people out there, there's a lot of people who'll probably want to pick this up just to get their hands on some of these extra kind of animal companions.
Oh,
and,
great to add in as I want to see a goose roaming around someone's Warhammer 40k base.
Oh, 100%, right? You're going to have like flipping massive, terrifying, like Chaos Knights, and then the goose is going to be running in the foreground.
The Goose of Doom.
It's What was the name of that villager from? Because there was that in the old plastic giant kit, and there that came.
Yes, yeah, that's running away. The goose is doing a similar pose with its wings. Sure.
So that's going to be more and more what we see in that space. But I mean, there's not really much more to say other than it's gnomes in Blood Bowl. I personally think they look great. I'm not going to buy them, but I think they look great.
No, I sort of feel like personally, I'm probably not the target demographic for these. I feel like they have been made.
The target demographic film.
No, I mean, I sort of feel like this was probably made when Louise from Rogue Hobbies still worked there, and someone made them specifically for her. Like, because I know she loves like small little goblins, and these aren't goblins, but
such is the power that she wields.
Exactly, it just feels very like something made for her, and you know, I'm sure there are people that love it. It's not my team, that's for sure, even though I love halflings. And I love stunty, so I love the idea that there's another stunty team out there, because the sooner we can get to doing stunty only, leagues, I think that's brilliant. So yeah, it's cool, but it was so left field. I think I'm still in shock.
Fair. Well, to try and, bring you down to earth, the last of the things that were revealed, and it's kind of a double header. It seems that Chaos are being blessed with yet another faction in the Mortal Realms, which again, I can't lie, this to me is sincere hope that Warhammer Age of Sigmar 3rd edition is not getting indexed, because I feel like it's weird, right? In the case of 40k, where we ended up in a situation where guard players had to put up with the fact that their army got indexed. Like, I think the guard players kind of, because there's sort of a long established history of maybe playing guard armies and all that kind of stuff, it doesn't feel necessarily quite as egregious if the guard basically had a codex for 3 months and then they basically went into an index situation. I mean, it was still terrible for guard players, and I feel the pain. I think the World Eater players maybe had it slightly worse because they only came into existence in like February, March.
I almost feel like that's why it wasn't a problem for them, because they weren't necessarily waiting around for a codex. It was almost like if it wasn't for rumors, you wouldn't know you were ever going to get it. So it was a nice surprise. But then, yes, it's quite awful to happen. Whereas I feel like guard players were usually waiting because they knew they were due one. Yeah. And they were one of the first in 8th edition to get one. So they were waiting a very long time to have their codex updated. So you saying that you hope that AOS doesn't go to indexes and that they're going to get the codexes are going to roll over?
Yeah, I really hope that the battle tomes stick around, because if it is that we're going to end up in a situation where Dark Oath gets its own battle tome, if it is that literally they go, hey, because this is the thing, right? In all likelihood, this battle tome, this box set, bearing in mind they've got like staggered releases that they need to do. Best case scenario, the Slaves to Darkness Dark Oath box is going to come in. Hang on. Now I've worked it out. So it's a battle tome supplement. So it's basically an expansion.
Yes, it's a free. Yeah, I was going to say. Sorry, I was looking at the Warcry thing because that's the thing that came out.
Yeah, so there's two parts of this. Yes, yeah.
Then there's the Dark Oath Army box set. They're getting as far as I'm aware, a free supplement, much like Orc War Clans did.
Fine.
Chances are the rules will still be printed in one of the
Dawnbringer?
Dawnbringer Crusade books, because I'm pretty sure all of the Warclans got printed in one of them, or am I completely
you're absolutely correct, they did, yeah.
They were. Okay, yeah, so I suspect that's what they're doing, but because AOS is so goddamn great, they're going to give it to us for free as a downloadable PDF. I mean, I don't think they've specifically said that, but
they will do, because that's how they roll.
Yeah,
with
but I think
stuff.
it will be. Yeah. Oh no, yeah, and a free PDF available for download. Yeah. Yeah, and the set itself contains War Scroll cards, tokens. 3 of these items will only be available in the set, but the Battle Tome supplement will be available for free download. Okay, cool. But I suspect also snuck into a book.
Yeah. I mean, it's really good news for Slaves to Darkness, though, in the sense that Slaves to Darkness already was a really quite healthy range of miniatures. I mean, they've got some, because of obviously the sheer range of human war bands that were added through the early years of Warcry, combine that with the amount of different like Chaos Warriors stuff that you can get, the different kind of demon editions, all the different kind of like sorcerers and characters that are available within the range, the cavalry. There's so much cool stuff in Slaves to Darkness. So with them delivering a new kind of like Chaos Marauder, Dark Oath faction, I genuinely, well, not faction, but like miniature range, like the way it expands it now is just super interesting. And I think the thing is with the Slaves to Darkness now is when you look at the range, it's like the Chaos Warrior aspect of the army is very much the minority. Like when you look at Slaves to Darkness as a range, it's like it now is just this really incredible selection of different like human barbarians and, kind of spider cult and, all sorts of wild adaptations. And I think that's the thing that's really actually super interesting about it is because we're actually in a situation now where it's very feasible that you could, by all accounts, field a really quite, impressive looking Slaves to Darkness army and probably have a minority of warriors of chaos in it, which I actually think is a really good thing for the overall kind of archetype of it. I think, a chaotic human force like this is I'm very excited for what this represents, and I'm very excited about the range. It looks great.
Yeah. I almost feel like these aren't necessarily chaotic humans. Like, I sort of feel like they do fall to chaos eventually, but they're almost like more like renegades in the 40k sense. They're not outright aligned to chaos, but they sort of dabble, or it's there in the background. Because I was trying to remember, because a lot of it was from the Warhammer Plus animation they did a couple of years ago now, I think. And they're sort of just resisting the encroachment of the cities of Sigma on their crusades. And they're just trying to sort of live out, they just want to be free people, right? But I think you find out that one of them has been sort of doing sacrifices to, this sort of making a dark pact in the forest, which is where the Wilder Fiend, is it Wilder Fiend? Yeah, it comes from. And they're implying here that this is clearly like one of the humans that have like fallen to chaos. So obviously there is a chaos element to it, but I almost feel like that's the exception rather than the norm. I don't think they're outright worshipping chaos in the same way that traditional cultists would be.
No, but I think that's more the differences that Age of Sigmar offers when it comes to the kind of representation of chaos. Like in the world of Warhammer 40,000, chaos is quite a corrupting element that ultimately, twists and manipulates people in real space into all sorts of horrors because of just the nature of that world and what chaos is essentially doing to them, but also the kind of oppressive nature of that society. It's like, the Empire is a pretty oppressive entity and it doesn't really offer a lot of room for nuance, whereas I think Age of Sigmar as a setting creates more opportunity for nuance, where although you are a chaos worshipper, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're not, a prideful warrior with a great amount of like martial skill. And, obviously humans within the Age of Sigmar setting are so much more capable and so much more meaningful than what they are in 40k. Like in 40k, humans are just cattle; they're like fodder. So, like to be a chaos worshipping human in 40k is just to be a bit of a mess. Okay, fair enough. Some of them can and do, worship KHORNE, for example, and do have a certain amount of like ferocity. But when the 40k setting is basically gods fighting gods all the time, when it gets down to like the human level, it becomes quite base. Whereas in like AOS, even though AOS in theory literally is gods versus gods, the human element feel much more, I don't know, rounded and capable and more compelling. And I think that's why you see this with things like, the Dark Oath or the other kind of, war cry, war bands, that these are people with motivations and desires that chaos will help fulfill, as opposed to being, puppets or slaves to it, I suppose. Yeah. Does that make sense?
No, it does. Yeah. I was just looking back also at the, because I was like, where was the first Dark Oath mini? Where did it come from? It was the Barbarian from Warhammer Quest Silver Tower.
Yeah.
That was like the first time you got that kind of a redo of a reimagining, let's say, of the kind of classic Conan Barbarian. And it's great that they followed it on, because I think they did, after him, they did, I'm sure it was like a female warrior of some kind, but I can't remember where it was, unless it was like a standalone mini.
Oh, what, the War Queen?
I think it was a War Queen, and they've always just been really great. And I think every time we've seen one, we're like, I want an army of this. Just this concept as an army, and it feels like they've finally done it, which is great. It's a bit like begging for Kroot to be an army, and it's finally a thing now. So it's cool that this is now realised, and it's like could be a standalone thing, or it's part of a larger Slaves to Darkness army. And I think it's, potentially there's scope to do that with all of the Warcry war bands that have all got their own individual takes on like the gods and stuff. I think that would be a bit crazy to do that for all of them, like that we've seen. But I think this was the one that if you're going to do it, they would do it for. So it's good that they have. Really, I think helps flesh out the setting as well. Helps you sort of visualize what's going on, with the mere mortals.
Indeed. No, I love it, mate. I think, and again, just to sort of quickly talk through the ranges. So they, during the Warhammer World Open Day, they revealed the warband that goes into the...
one.
Yeah. So, again, this is fabulous. You got your archer on horseback, looks amazing. The actual kind of main chief with the double hand axes looks exceptional. They've got this strange kind of like sorcerer-esque one who's in this hunched position with antlers, which is phenomenal. And then they've got the sort of two additional ones, the female one with the really cool helmet with many horns, and the dude that's kind of rocking more of the sort of, well, I had the specific word
like
in mind.
Harry the Hammer.
It does look like Harry the Hammer, yes.
Back from the old first edition Warhammer Fantasy cover. Got that kind of vibes with the helmet.
It's super cool. Like I genuinely really love that set. I think that's a really, really nice set. I don't know if there's any thoughts you have on that one, buddy.
I really like it. I feel like with the weird, let's say, shaman, I think also with the Wilder Fiend, it's really leaning into like European folklore, which is something we haven't really seen that I can think of off the top of my head. In terms of a lot of Age of Sigmar stuff. So it's kind of cool. It's really interesting. One thing, I'll say it now, because it also relates to the other horses that we see in the army box set. It feels like Games Workshop really doesn't like to sculpt horse heads. Like they always find an excuse to cover them up. Whether it's these guys with the kind of cool skulls on them, whether it's Rough Riders or Death Riders. I think the only ones that they haven't done in recent times is the Lumineth ones, and even then they've got like armor plating on their faces.
Yeah, but those Lumineth ones are like cow horses, aren't they?
So they did those first, and then more recently they did regular horses. And they've got, they're horses, but they've still got some armoured plates on the front. And obviously they make them armoured. That does make sense. And these are very cool armoured. It's like sort of bronze skulls. It's like they're wearing their own skulls on the outside. It looks very cool, but yeah, it does make me wonder if they just think, sculpting horse faces on models is really difficult, so we're going to do anything we can to avoid it.
I always feel like it's just always their ongoing efforts to maintain some kind of control from an IP perspective. I always just feel like
maybe. Probably.
But the Slaves to Darkness Dark Oath army set is pretty phenomenal as well. So you've got your Dark Oath chieftain on horse. The horse is rocking the kind of dour face mask, and the lad on top is very kind of grandiose in his stature. But I mean, it sort of echoes some of the design aesthetics of the plague champion horse ridey guy that they put in.
What was it called? But I know who you mean. It was I wouldn't say Deathbringers, but it wasn't.
Yeah, it might have been Deathbringer.
Harbingers of Decay. That was him.
That was it.
A similar horse, because the horse is sort of both pointed sort of downwards. I think the thing I like most about this is the base. I really want this base for my jet bike captain that I'm working on at the moment, because it's exactly how I imagined it would look in terms of like the rocks and where the guy would be. So part of me wants to just somehow get hold of the base for this. I think the guy, in terms of the model, the guy's head looks a bit odd. But the thing I will say, what looks really cool, is the axe is very like normal, true scale as an axe. It's not like this jumbo-sized heroic scale weapon. And quite often in AOS or Warhammer in general, they like make weapons, especially close combat weapons, far too big. So he's got quite a sensibly detailed one, which is cool to see.
No, it's really nice, man. I think, overall, again, I think a really strong mini definitely will stand out. Again, decent amount of like head swaps on him as well, which is cool to see. And
oh my god, yeah, I've just noticed the second head where he's got the little horns. That looks great.
Yeah, it's really beautiful. They've done a absolutely cracking job on that, and then they've added this new kind of monstrous kind of character / monster, which is the
Wilder Fiend.
The Wilder Fiend, which looks great as well. I mean, if I was being exceptionally critical, I would argue that the way that they've posed the miniature, I don't feel like maybe that they've distributed the weight quite as well as they could have done into his hands. It's almost like he's sort of gently caressing the rock on the floor as opposed to using it to balance on.
Yes, I see what you mean. I can't unsee that now you've said it. Yeah, I'm not personally like a huge fan of this one. I think it's just conceptually too weird. Like it's not very Warhammer in general, and obviously that's the point. And I don't know. Because I'm pretty sure this appears in a Warhammer Plus episode. It looked great there. It just sort of looks a bit weird here, and that just it could be the paint job, could be the angle of the photo. I'll reserve my right to change my mind, basically.
Yeah, I think this miniature
does look a bit odd.
I think it will look a lot better when you see it as a miniature as opposed to seeing it in photography. I think there's a lot. I think again, it's one of those things. There's a lot of different details, so it's quite hard to kind of figure out where the focal point is in 2 dimensions. But I think
he's got a very gummy top lip as well.
Yes, no, he really does have. But again, he's got an additional head which looks great. I think again, the alternate head sculpt looks pretty strong. So I think I'm quite happy with that miniature. I think it looks pretty cool overall.
Basically, if for this army you've got to like painting lots of dead heads.
Yes,
because there are a lot on these models.
But I mean, again, the actual Dark Oath Marauders themselves, obviously, this is really where this range truly shines. I mean, these line troopers and the Dark Oath Fell Riders are really, the stars of the show for this. There's just so much personality and so much presence to these sculpts. I think they've just done an amazing job, and there's just so much variety, and it just feels like a really, really, really cool range of miniatures. And I think this is really great to see. There's just so much to like about both the riders and the infantry for this supplement.
Well, this looks like a hidden Easter egg. It probably is more my imagination, but the Dark Oath Fell Rider with the banner top looks like the Golden Demon. With the exception of the extra horns coming from the bottom. But the top bit kind of looks like him.
That is true. That is true. That is. I
would love it. I'd love it if that's like a little Easter egg they've snuck in.
I think it's a good shout though, mate. I think, that's probably what we're looking at.
Yeah, weird. I think they're great models. The horses look pretty cool.
Yeah.
And the riders also look cool.
I just think Slaves to Darkness at the moment is a very, very compelling range. I think GW have just done an exceptional job with it. And I think it's going to be really exciting because we know that there is the upcoming Dawnbringer that will probably feature the rules for this army. And again, they're probably going to have a big focus on Chaos. So there's probably going to be a lot of like regiments of renown and really cool rules for the Chaos faction. So I think Slaves to Darkness could definitely be in a really, really good place for the foreseeable, I suppose.
It might be this is like the tip of the iceberg, and hopefully we'll see some more at some point. It might not be this year, but maybe next year they get like a wave 2 of releases, which I hope this could become a sort of faction in its own right. A bit like how we speculated that Orc War Clans could be its own battle tome next edition and not just be a supplement to Orc War Clans.
Yeah.
But I've just gone around in circles in terms of what I've said.
No. It made sense, mate.
Because, actually, no, what's the actual battle tome called?
Well, it's Supplement Slaves to Darkness.
No, sorry, the Orc one.
Orc War Clans is Orc War Clans. Yeah.
Oh, and then that's what I meant. Iron Jaws supplement should be Iron Jaws battle tome because it's got enough in its own right, so it doesn't need to be combined with Orc War Clans. That was it.
No, absolutely agree. Yeah.
No, they're great. Looking forward to seeing what they do with them. And I don't know, they're just. They've got lots of nice curves in them. They look really natural, and they do the thing that I wanted from Cities of Sigmar, because I always complained that Cities of Sigmar was just too angular.
Yeah.
And I think that was like a deliberate stylistic choice to push it away from the old Empire line.
Yeah, possibly
because of the old world coming back. Whereas it's like, I sort of wish they looked more like this, just more natural looking. And maybe again that was a deliberate style choice to have these as a counterpoint to Cities of Sigmar and visually look very different as well. But yeah, I much prefer these guys. Team Evil when it comes to the Dark Oath.
Absolutely, mate. No, they've done a cracking job of it. I think, overall, lots to be really happy about. Exciting to see the conclusion to third ed AOS and see where it transitions into fourth edition. I think, it's just going to be really, really exciting. But that pretty much wraps it up for the reveals such as they are. Any final thoughts from you, Phil, or should we just transition to whatever it is we're going to do next?
I thought these were all pretty good. Odd that they didn't do like a reveal show, but I think they just dropped those models last year as well, so I guess that's just standard. But it feels like with the army box and the other things they've done, like the merch festival or whatever that came out a day or two after They could have just wrapped all of this into one and actually done a reveal show.
Mm.
But yeah, that's it.
Awesome, bro. Again, I agree with you. I think, it's always nice to get a reveal show, but equally just drop it all on the community article is also fine, in my opinion. But it didn't necessarily feel like there was enough there for it, but maybe with the army box set for Dark Oath, it would have made sense. But who knows what they're thinking half the time. Transitional noise. Thanks, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this part of the podcast where me and Phil have a general ramble about what, Philip?
We're going to talk about famous faction rivalries, I guess, for want of a better word. Whether or not we should build our armies between our friends in those kind of rivalries for more thematic gaming. And then what kind of famous rivalries we can think of in the 40k setting.
That's it. We're basically exploring alternative ways to approach the game and ideas that we think could, expand and or excite you in your own Warhammer 40,000 hobby. Because Lord only knows that much is made of the competitive game today. And to be fair, as I've said often, I like the competitive game. It's a fine way of playing Warhammer 40,000. But it is predominantly, seemingly, often becoming the de facto way. Not for everyone. Many of you out there exercise and practice the wondrous world of Garage Hammer, as Joe famously says. But it's that thing where I feel like some of the things I've observed most within the confines of 10th edition 40k and, was relatively prevalent in 9th edition 40k was an erosion of the idea of kind of themed army list. Although, credit where credit's due to Games Workshop, I think they're trying with the what they call formations, the army things. What they call films?
Detachments.
Detachments. That's the word. Yeah. So they're trying to sort of build that up, but ultimately, I think amongst friend groups, is there any value? Is there any fun? Is there anything to be said for emphasizing narrative through the prism of rivalries specifically? Because it's fair to say, isn't it, Phil, that there are many fine rivalries in the world of Warhammer 40,000?
I think so. I sort of feel like most of them have all come about through very particular campaigns. And rather than just, we just assume that's the case because there's bits of lore here and there. Most of the time it's just developed from actual campaigns which you can then play, obviously.
That's true. I suppose as well, though, and again, sort of an extension of the concept is the idea that you build these narrative forces, but you also create, or, these rival forces, but you also create kind of narrative gameplay scenarios that better portray the type of situation. So if we were to pluck kind of an initial rivalry out of the ether, were you, for example, to collect Crimson Fists? Crimson Fists, very famously, don't get on very well with orcs. I know, shocker. There was this whole thing that happened with their home planet, where essentially through a series of shenanigans, the home planet of the Crimson Fist, I think it was called Rin's World, was essentially blown asunder by a bit of a mad encounter with some orcs. And from there on in, certainly in older codexes and rule sets, Crimson Fists came with an innate hatred for orcs. So back in the day when hatred was a rule, they would have hatred orcs, and that was their whole thing. So, within the game back then, it was kind of narratively woven in. But you could, build an interesting narrative around that, where all of a sudden, your friend creates like a war band or a war boss, and that war boss is said to have, been involved in that conflict, and maybe the forces of your Crimson Fists are going on an elongated campaign to try and behead this giant of orc war bossery through a series of kill team and I don't know, Battlefleet Gothic and games of Warhammer 40,000. You can incorporate a whole, array of systems into this elaborate scheme to essentially build up kind of a fun narrative campaign over a series of weeks or months and, ultimately create something, quite interesting. So I feel like there is definitely fertile ground there for sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think so. I've definitely seen, and this is going back a long time ago, people making really interesting like boards specific for campaigns. So when back in the day of the 2010s and onwards, there was a YouTuber called Templar Crusader 71, I think. I can't quite remember what the numbers after it. Anyway,
he had a catchy jingle, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he was the YouTuber that inspired me to do hobby YouTube videos, and he had a Krieg army that he was lovingly building and painting. He was making, I assume it was for Siege of Rex, like a kind of Siege of Rex board where it was, basically a desolate city, loads of like siege works, and all sorts. And I assume his friend, from what I recall, was doing a like Renegades army, because Siege of Rex was the quintessential Krieg versus Traitor Guard faction. And throughout my time of owning a Krieg army, I've yet to come across a player with a Traitor Guard army that I could play against to kind of reenact that. And that's always been a bit of a lifelong goal. And it almost made me think like the only person that could actually do that is me, and I'd have to build that Traitor Guard army and sort of just set them up and play against myself.
That would be a sad state of affairs, my friend. Richie has guard-like armies and chaos knights, etc. Could you not have strong-armed him into expressing himself through the traitor guardsmen?
Ooh, I never really thought about it, but potentially. I mean, he's got just regular guard and Elysians.
And Elysians.
Elysians, which aren't really traitor guard. And then he now has much more later on, yes, Chaos Knights, which is a more relatively recent addition after those two guard armies. So it could be, fair. Yeah, he could retrofit them maybe to be traitor Elysians, maybe.
Maybe. There's no reason why the Elysians couldn't themselves be treacherous, right?
Well, I think they have a certain gripe to bear with Games Workshop, so if anyone's going to fall to chaos, it would be them.
That's it. Through their discontinuation, they have found, yeah, indeed, they've been driven to it. But I think that's the thing, though, isn't it? I genuinely think, and it's an interesting thing, because I do think that all too often, and again, I think what's interesting, I suppose, is in the modern context, with the advent of things like mats and the versatile array of like three-dimensional, not three-dimensional terrain that was always three-dimensional, MDF terrain. Like you feel like it probably now is easier than it's ever been to try and create a backdrop to kind of thematically set these games in. I mean, at the end of the day, don't get me wrong, it still obviously costs you many monies in terms of MDF terrain or even 3D printed terrain. But like, if you wanted to essentially bring a city fight to life, or you wanted to do something in a desert setting, or you wanted to do something in a snow set, whatever the general vibe is that you're going for. Obviously, there are certain types of terrain that are inherently or, very expensive. I mean, in the game of Age of Sigmar, you and I were for a time, and kind of still are, involved in a campaign that technically is hit a bit of a brick wall, in so much as we need to build a brick wall. And castle.
Well, eventually, yes.
Yeah.
That's for the very last game. We need to do that. However, there's a good, several more sessions that we can do prior to that. But I am aware that is the end goal. Either we need to make it, or potentially, because we were playing down at Bad Moon Cafe, we hire the specific table that has a kind of slightly castle or cathedral-esque bit, and we just use that as the wall itself, which might not be perfect, but yeah, I do like the idea of building up to it. I managed to dumpster dive a neighbour's skip for their the insulation foam that they had thrown out, which was the perfect material for making that wall. So I've got the materials, I've got the will. I just need to find the time to make it happen.
Absolutely. But I think that's the thing, isn't it? Like, it does seem like in the current setting that building narrative into the table probably is in some regards, although, again, cost is still a factor, but like, it feels like the barrier to entry, given the sheer range of products that are available in the marketplace today, it's probably the easiest it's ever been to actually do it. I'm intrigued to imagine how many people actually do. I mean, it's something that I feel that I myself have really not prioritized over the latest editions. I think that compulsion to build or play up to a kind of thematic series of games is definitely, I don't know, it's really interesting. It definitely has dwindled a bit. So I do kind of lament that, and I do really wish that we were in a situation where we had more compulsion to do that kind of thing. Because, it doesn't feel like it should be that hard.
Well, yeah, in the last edition of the game, we had the Warzone books, which had very narrative kind of campaigns to them. And, there tend to be like fixed factions. One of them was Adeptus Mechanicus versus Nurgle, for example. There was, I won't say there was Prior Nexus, but I don't think there was. There was a book at the beginning that was the Crusade book that had all the missions in, that was Prior Nexus, but there was never I don't think there was a Warzone book for Prior Nexus. Although there's obviously now the new, in 10th edition, the Prior Nexus. It's not really a Warzone book, but it kind of is. It's the Crusade book. It's the Crusade book, but I don't actually. I've got it mostly because I was wanting to read the lore for it, and it does have a campaign system in it, which is also quite good. I can't actually remember if it's got some missions. It might have a couple. I need to have a proper investigation of that. But my point I was trying to make was actually, I feel like the reason why we haven't necessarily done it recently is because a lot of it has sort of been loosely tied to Crusade, and I know you want to avoid that like a barge pole, so that might be one of the reasons. I also think, to an extent, we do like to buy and own Games Workshop terrain because it kind of looks the nicest, even though it's very expensive. But they haven't done that great a job at either it being available or kind of making new stuff, other than mostly they've been promoting, well, I was going to say ruins, but a lot of that isn't even available anymore. So it's actually quite difficult to be inspired to be like, oh, I'm going to make a cool themed terrain piece and I'm going to buy all this stuff. If you want to scratch build it, then that's totally fine. But that's a lot of effort, and that's like a project in and of itself.
But that's why it feels like people should and are turning to the different kind of third-party providers and the 3D printers and the MDF manufacturers. That feels like the place where those kind of, itches are scratched, I suppose. Like, it feels like that's what you kind of end up doing if it is that you're looking for something. I mean, to me, the MDF terrain stuff is always really annoying. I personally don't overly love it, but then I'm looking at it through the prism of kind of what I've seen in terms of like gaming stores and events where people do just kind of smash it together and slap it down on the tabletop. And I suppose MDF terrain, for the most part, for me, has just become a kind of byproduct of the competitive game. So it's all the usual kind of ruins in various kind of shapes. And that effectively kind of dictates the overall look and feel of it. But it does seem like there is a real array of really interesting manufacturers in that space doing really interesting stuff. I saw there was a guy who recently, and again, forgive me, I can't remember the name of him, but someone who was like replicating the old, do you remember those Forge World, what were they now, like habitats, where it was all just like these really amazing kind of like habitat buildings that were like scattered around, like a sort of like a honeycomb of like buildings that were integrated.
That was the Amphibian Project base.
Yes,
which I really wanted at one point. I remember seeing, I think I saw a legit one on eBay, but it was like a couple of grand. It was mad money. I was sorely tempted to get it, even though I couldn't really afford it. But yeah, that I've seen people do 3D prints of, and likewise some of the other Forge World stuff. And I do feel like some of the Forge World terrain was much more narratively driven, and they're the pieces I picked up years and years ago via like eBay and places like that where I could. You had the crashed out Storm Chimera that had been turned into like a pillbox, which was just like a resin terrain piece. You had the crashed Valkyrie, which was just like, you know, a great little thing that you could just dump down as like scatter terrain, and it looked really interesting. Games Workshop had the crashed, what's it called? The Harvest Lighter? No, the...
Yeah.
No, it wasn't the
The
Harvest
Loader,
Lighter.
wasn't it?
No, it was the one that they did recently in January, when they re-released, was it Battle for Macragge?
The Battle for
I think
Macragge,
it was the Lightning Fighter, and it was like, it was the old
I always thought it was the Loader, but fair enough.
Yeah, I can't quite remember. It was either the old design of one of the flyers or the flyer they don't do, because, I don't know. I can't quite remember. I think it was the Lightning, maybe. And they changed the designs much later on in Forge World, so there's like a newer version of it. But that was like the original one that was crashed. And they obviously did the tile for Forge World that was the crashed Thunderhawk. So lots of crashed things, but that in itself just is instantly inspiring for like someone to fight over, or a piece of terrain to hide behind. We haven't even gotten on the idea of like themed objectives, and that was something Games Workshop occasionally pushes as a cool idea. And actually, the exciting thing at the beginning of this edition, when they actually, for a change, turned around and said, you can't step onto a objective marker, I was like, this is going to be amazing. We're going to finally see some really interesting, like, people making cool themed objective markers. And then like within a week they turned around and said, no, you can, it's totally fine, because it moves block nice for the competitive scene and we don't like it. And it's like, I sort of got that, but it ruined like potentially one of the biggest game changers of 10th edition I thought we could have had in terms of like narrative gaming, with the, people actually doing objective markers properly.
Yeah, that always becomes the problem, though, doesn't it? It does feel like often it's because again, obviously, someone like yourself definitely speaks to the benefit of having objective markers that are thematic and can be this real opportunity for expression. Again, I definitely loved and appreciated older editions of the game where objective markers were these more elaborate things. They would be like, barrels or fallen warriors or, some kind of elaborate thing. I mean, I remember, when we would play even in like 6th or, 7th edition, it still felt like that was kind of the established norm. You'd have like a really elaborate base. In fact, back in the day, you used to get rewarded at tournaments for your bases. There used to be a whole category for best bases.
I vaguely remember that. Yeah. And I think, people were putting in their objective markers and stuff into it. Yeah. And it was interesting.
Not bases, but objective markers. Yeah, sorry.
With my Krieg army in 6th and 7th edition, if you did the Fall of Orpheus, which was the assault brigade version rather than the siege detachment, one of the things you got was an extra objective marker that I think you got to place it in your opponent's deployment zone. And if you got to it, you got like an extra 4 victory points. It's almost impossible to do every time based on how the army works. But every time an infantry unit died, it would go back into reserve and could come on from your table edge to simulate this endless wave. And basically I made a custom objective marker from it was a Quartermaster Cadre. So that's like the Medicae team. And there's a model there in that unit where it's a Kriegsman lying on the ground, sort of looking up, because the Quartermaster's got a pistol about to shoot him, basically, and requisition all of his equipment again. So I put him on his own base and always use that as that, like, thematic objective markers. That's the man I've got to, like, go and rescue, basically.
Yeah. Do you always remember, and again, we're going off on a tangent here, but I suppose this is sort of expected. Basically, we're doing a whole segment where we kind of discuss and debate narrative ideas that could be intriguing to you and could add a little bit of extra flavour to your gaming. But yeah, do you remember also as well? Because again, your old drill in like 6/7th edition would come out from the ground and would leave a crater behind it, which I think was impassable terrain.
Do you know what? I don't think it actually
it's
left
dangerous
the crater.
terrain, wasn't it?
I'm trying to think. Part of me feels like the crater is something I used just symbolically because it was the right size, but you might be right.
No, because it marked a point where other models could disembark, and so other models could enter from.
Yeah, right. So actually, I think that was the 5th edition version that had that. Whereas the 6th and 7th, it kind of it had to come out within the large templates.
Yes.
And if not, it would be destroyed. If it hit anything else, it could do loads of damage to it. But yeah, the 5th, like the original version of the drill, yes, I think you would leave a point on the map because then other reinforcements could follow through the tunnel, and then I think they streamlined that later on. And yes, the original Forge World resin craters were in the same size as the small and large blast templates, obviously because they're the things doing the like the damage on the table, so that would make sense. Craters, not something you see very much anymore. I mean, Games Workshop doesn't really sell them themselves anyway, I guess, and I think that's, maybe one of the issues why we don't see them very much.
Yeah, but I think overall though, building those thematic kind of boards and creating that kind of thing really sort of enhances the overall feeling of the campaign. But also rivalries do as well, right? And I think, there is definitely something to be said. I mean, obviously now we're a little ways into the year. March is definitely too far along to start kind of doing that whole kind of new year, new army spiel. But at the same time, it is something that I think friend groups would really benefit from, is having, gaming built around those rivalries and creating thematic armies, even if it's just sort of smaller forces or things which, you can layer in. And again, smaller forces doesn't like that you can kind of layer into games doesn't mean like full 1,000-point armies. I mean, like just sort of like ally options where you effectively add in an element of theatre through that. And again, obviously we have an allies matrix. We have things that, you're allowed to take. So for example, you can add Inquisition to a Space Marine army. You can add, Harlequins to an Elder army, or Drakari to a Craftworld army. There's an amount of stuff that's kind of like accepted, but maybe it's that, your friend is playing Chaos Space Marines, or maybe they're playing orcs or whatever it may be, and you yourself, have an Imperial Guard army, but you actually layer in some narrative where you ally in a unit of Grey Knights, and that unit of Grey Knights is there because your opponent has layered in some demons that are obviously doing some shenanigans alongside. There's lots of things that you can do. I genuinely feel like that's one of the really kind of interesting things that a lot of people don't really sort of utilize anymore. And again, it's sort of like, it's kind of indicative of where the game is at the moment, that it makes it kind of intrinsically difficult to kind of layer in those fun thematic elements, but at least beyond the kind of standard stuff that you can do, because the game just sort of wants you to kind of capture objectives. And I suppose that's the thing. Again, maybe it is. The problem is, I suppose, as well, is if you're looking to get into a kind of narrative, rival-based, story-driven gameplay experience, is Leviathan, and by Leviathan I mean the current competitive game set the current match play rules? Are they are they conducive to narrative? Is the current system with its secondaries and hold this objective, does it innately create narrative moments, or is it just very gamey?
Both, I think, is the answer. I feel like you can randomly create a mission which, if you bother to read the sort of flavor texts, does have a narrative to it, but it's not necessarily like an asymmetric game with like a focus of slay the opponent's warlord. Like you've got a strike team coming in to cut off the head before they can go off and muster their own sort of army to go off to war somewhere. So you know, doing a surgical strike. It's not those kind of flavoursome missions. There are like mini flavoursome elements within those secondaries, though. Like, okay, cool, we've got to deploy the teleport homers. That in itself is part of a larger story. It would make more sense if you then had like Terminators that could come on after you've deployed the teleport homers, or something else that's then triggered on that condition. So yeah, it's definitely got elements to it, but I think innately it hasn't quite got the same impact as those like Eternal War style missions, which has a preset single objective and maybe a secondary objective that you're then trying to try and complete.
Yeah, because that's it to me. It sort of feels like, I think the issue with here's a board with 5 or 6 symmetrical objectives, here's a bunch of like ad hoc missions that we're going to throw in on the fly. I think that innately kind of prevents you from exploring and exploiting some of those narrative ideas. I think ultimately narrative missions need to be really straightforward. It needs to be, that guy needs to die, you need to get this stuff out of here, you need to survive against a horde of enemies until you get picked up. You know, it's about like those kind of things where, you know, giving yourself impossible odds or creating really asymmetric gameplay and doing things that kind of feel, more impactful. Because again, I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's like when we lay down a mission from the outset and your objective is clear, Phil, right? You're playing that Krieg army. You win the game by saving your mate who's dead on the floor. That is a clear, concise mission that is very easily understood. But I think that's the thing. Why, when the game is kind of played the way it is currently, it kind of creates a real absence of opportunity, in my opinion, to, express things narratively. And I think, hard win conditions, I think, are things that kind of don't align with the kind of overarching ideal of current day 40k. And again, sometimes I sort of say these things and I feel like, is this just one of those things where it's like you should be playing bolt action, for example, and just kind of abandon 40k because it kind of feels like 40k is balanced around a very specific type of gameplay. It almost feels like at the moment, like 40k, I say a lot, like 40k works okay, if not actually really well as 40k, but I don't know if the system sustains any other types of gameplay anymore. It felt like in olden times, 40k could be a competitive system, but also a narrative system. Whereas today it feels more than ever that 40k really only supports competitive play.
Well, yeah, I mean, what's interesting is obviously we haven't tried the new Crusade missions.
True.
Weirdly, I don't know how many new missions there are in like the newer books, like the Leviathan and the Prior Nexus. I'm sort of still having a look through them at the moment. Beforehand, though, in the olden, in 9th edition, you had the Warzone books, which had a couple of like sort of epic missions for your specific campaign that is effectively recreating famous battles. But you also had that mini A5 Crusade like mission pack, I think it was called. And it was literally jam-packed. It was like 50 plus pages of wall-to-wall missions, and every single one was kind of interesting. It had, there's a supply drop. Your objectives are supply crates that have dropped down, and your job's to go and try and, raid and grab them before the opponent. Like really sort of thematic style missions. And I sort of feel like most people just completely overlook them because they saw Crusade and were like, that's not for me. But actually, you can play them all without Crusade. There was, if you win this mission and you're doing Crusade, you can get extra requisition points or, some extra ability or something for Crusade. But they work perfectly fine without it. And, we did it a couple of times when we were doing the multiplayer one, because there's one of the books supported like 4-player games and stuff like that. So I thought they were really interesting and sort of completely overlooked, and I think they didn't sell very well, which was a bit of a shame, I think, really. So maybe, Crusade is still supported, but if that's what we got in 9th edition, and now we effectively just get Warzone books, which arguably probably have less content in, because the Warzone books, you got a lot more content in it. You got Armies of Renown, campaign, missions, plus loads of Crusade added value content, although most of that was specific to specific factions. Feels like the new Crusade books are here's some new rules for like the Crusade in this particular war zone. Maybe there's some missions, and here's a campaign structure, and that's kind of it. It's like you're missing all this extra content that you were providing in 9th edition. So yeah, Crusade's still there, but it feels like it's actually getting less support this time around, which is a bit of a shame, I would say.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think it is interesting for sure. I think events are definitely an interesting place where you can express some of those narrative ideas more comprehensively as well, and also center around kind of rivalries also, right? So I feel like, again, narrative weekends, narrative campaign gaming is always a really interesting thing that isn't really, in my experience anyway, nearly as well supported today as it has been in the past. And I think, to me, like, as much as I was not thrilled with the Crusade event that I attended a couple years ago, I wasn't thrilled with it because of it being Crusade and it being a bit of a faff. But you could completely understand and appreciate what the events team were going for and what they were trying to achieve with it. The thing that they were trying to do was, to create kind of this cohesive narrative and create these consequences and create moments where the games became more impactful. And I think that is really valuable. And I do think that's really where some of these kind of campaign opportunities can and do actually thrive. I think, it's interesting, right? Because we said before, like, you could create this campaign system where you play a game of Battlefleet Gothic and you play a game of Kill Team, you play a game of this. I think, yes, probably amongst your friends, that's fine. But within an event setting, you probably want to keep it strictly within
a system. Yes.
Yeah, a system.
I think the most you could do is we're going to do a game of standard, let's say Horus Heresy is the one that really works, plus Zone Mortalis, which is its own game system, sort of within that setting. Likewise, I guess for 40k, you can do 40k, then boarding actions as a mini sort of downscale of it without necessarily having to dive into a purely separate system like Kill Team, or I'd say Battlefleet Gothic. That's a very old system that no one really has readily access to in terms of like the rules or the miniatures and stuff like that. I feel like Horus Heresy is actually the much better expression of that, because you can play Legions Imperialis, you can play the standard Horus Heresy, you could technically play Adeptus Titanicus or Aeronautica. One day I'm sure we get to play Battlefleet Gothic, but in the Horus Heresy setting. The one thing they kind of lack is Kill Team Horus Heresy for a much smaller scale, but Horus Heresy isn't really about that. But Zone Mortalis actually is the closest thing that you can do with that. And I do know people have, I'm sure, I've seen it for Bad Ab War, I'm pretty sure there's a Horus Heresy Kill Team out there in like a kind of fan-made rule set. So yeah, there are ways of doing it, and I think the Full Throttle team expresses that better with their system than 40k can do.
Yeah, I mean that's interesting though, isn't it? Because I do think like a campaign style event where you do offer some slightly different ways of playing is interesting. Personally, to me, I think the better way of approaching it is to mix up formatting in terms of the fact that you're not asking people to kind of tailor multiple army lists. So I've done those events where people are like, oh, you need a 1,000-point list, you need a 2,000-point list, you need a 3,000-point list, and we're going to scale up as the weekend goes on. And those have been fun, but at the same time, it's like you kind of like a bit of consistency. It's nice to just bring up an army and to use it throughout. I personally think, and one of the things that I think I'd like to focus on when we get around to looking at an event later this year for Lookout Sir, is that we do like a mixture of like, okay, it's a 1,000-point army. That's your army. It's 1,000 points. But we mix up the formatting. So it's like you're a 1,000-point army, but in round 2, you're now a doubles. So you have to pair up with another player. Now, this could be someone you've come with, or it could be a complete stranger. Again, obviously, we would probably encourage people to sort of specify their doubles partners upon arrival. But I also kind of like the idea of just, thrusting people together and randomly...
Forced friendship. Just like us.
Oh, exactly. That's it, We just sort of smash them together and go, cool, you're a doubles now, you've got to play against these people. And again, that kind of thing I think is fun. And then like free player games. We did that, didn't we, the other day when Valbjorn was spending the day with us. We played a free player version
from
of 40K.
The old 5th edition core rulebook. Yes.
Indeed, the old 5th edition core rulebook.
I can't remember what was the mission called. Can you remember?
I was like Betrayal or something like that. Or
Broken...
Broken Alliance, that was it.
Yes.
Yeah, Broken Alliance. Yeah, it's it was a free player game system from the 5th edition core rulebook, which essentially centered around the idea that the 3 army generals had gotten together in the middle of the board, in the middle of the battlefield, to have a discussion about what was going on, and then a ruckus ensues, which is brilliant actually, because Valbjorn went first and none of his army activated. So what was the gimmick is that you had to roll a d6 for every unit in your army, and on a 4+ they knew what was happening and would respond. But he proceeded to roll nothing but 1s and 2s and maybe the odd 3, and so his whole army wasn't aware what was happening. So Commander Dante, who was his overall general, just basically legged it. So basically there's this big kind of like conflab in the middle of the table, and then Dante, I guess, has said something offensive and ran away. And then there was my warlord, which was just a captain in Terminator armor, and your warlord, which was a knight errant. And for whatever reason, I decided to run headlong into your knight errant, and then from there on, the game ensued. And it was, but yeah, I enjoyed that system, and I think that's the thing, layering that kind of narrative gameplay, because again, the winner of that game was the person who held the most territory. Basically, everyone had a base, so everyone had a part of the map that was a base, and at the end of the game, you had to the center was worth a point, and each base was worth a point, and that was the game. It was like you had to get through 5 turns, and at the end of it, it's like, do you have more bases than anyone else? And then if the answer is yes, you win, and that was super straightforward. So like that kind of gaming, to me, I think would be funny, is if we were to kind of like build up like a team system and create a situation where people had to kind of partner up within their teams. People had to send people on specific missions. So like you said, with like boarding actions, like maybe it is that with that 1,000-point army, they have to perform like a boarding action, and they're sent off for that specific purpose. Obviously that layers complexity, because obviously boarding actions doesn't allow certain vehicles, etc. So but maybe that could create an interesting dynamic during the course of the event, where it's like, whose army is best suited to boarding actions?
Well, yeah, I think if you were to do like a multi-format event with one army, as long as people are aware of that, it's like, cool, if you want to take an all-themed armoured company of tanks, but you know that you then can't play in boarding actions, that's kind of on you, because you need to read the rules pack and understand that if you want to take part in both, you need an army that's a bit more balanced. Potentially penalises some very skewed themed armies, like, an all-flyer list, all-tank list. But most people will tend to take a bit of infantry, a bit of tanks, a bit of whatever, so that shouldn't be too bad. I would be remiss to not talk about a brilliant doubles army created by myself and Richard a while ago, Gazgol X Yarrick, which was the doubles team up that we both did, which was a fitting rivals become bros doubles event that we did. Richard took 1,000 points of orcs with Gazgol. I took 1,000 points of my Krieg along with Yarrick, which I specifically built and painted for the event, and completely converted to be a better model because the original one wasn't that great. We got t-shirts done, or Richard, more importantly, got done, and I just received mine. So we sort of lent into the theme, even though it was a bit mad because obviously they're meant to be rivals normally, but we thought it would be great as a doubles event to sort of ironically join up.
It was a strong pairing, to be fair, and again, it was a good example of leveraging the narrative and creating an interesting kind of thing within it. And I did really appreciate that. I think, again, and obviously what that has done for the two of you is created a set of circumstances where you have, at least, in a practical sense, got the opportunity that you can run. I mean, not that he's got rules currently, although who cares? He did have rules when the game first
he had
came out,
rules.
So.
Yarrick had rules when I obviously made the model, and I ran him.
That was in 9th edition, though, wasn't it?
Yes. So now I think I would run him as Lord Solar Leontus, purely because on his giant display base that he's almost permanently encased in now, because it's quite difficult to get him out of it, is the same size as the Leontus base. So I might just run him as that, basically. And that seems fitting, if you ask me.
No, I agree. But I think that's the thing, isn't it, right? It's like, you've built that now, so technically you and Richie can, play games that would leverage that rivalry and could build up some interesting narrative. I mean, what's really interesting to me is less so the narratives that exist within the actual game, but more the kind of narratives that forge between friends as you play games against each other on a regular basis. It's fair to say, not to immediately bring it back to Age of Sigmar, but we've been playing a lot of that lately. It's fair to say that my Maw Crusher has become a legendary rival within the Boogeyman. But it's true though, right? Richie the other day when we played Age of Sigmar, he bought Archaon, and he was delighted when Archaon, slapped the Maw Crusher into, and it was like, well, he's Archaon, for God's sake, yeah, exactly. He's a near 900 point unit, of course, but
that's interesting.
It was quite interesting seeing the relief on his face.
Yeah, I would say almost, the Maw Crusher itself is the rival and a thing of legend because you played him in every single one of your games pretty much, and he's just an absolute beast, so he's something to deal with. I wouldn't necessarily say, I feel like, oh, yes, my Nighthawk versus your Orcs is like a historic rivalry whenever we match up. I mean, weirdly, because maybe we haven't played that many games where it's just you versus me, and weirdly we've, doubled up and partnered before, almost more so than the amount of times we played solo against each other, because quite often there's been other people around, so we've done doubles or 2 versus 1 or something like that. Going back to actually weirdly when we did the AOS campaign that we did, so that was the Great Stomp from White Dwarf. I think, and this was my impression of it when we actually played for the day, the bit you guys potentially enjoyed the most out of the campaign setting was the bit that I did before the first mission, which actually wasn't part of the campaign. I just made it up myself, where I asked literally every one of you, I gave you a few tasks write a description about your army, name your character and stuff like that. And the first person to reply, I mean, I did it to everyone really, but the first person, which was Danvers, got most out of it. I then basically said, where is your army going to be based? Here are your 3 choices. And I gave him some like 3, things he could choose from. And it's like, great. He's now said, he's, out on the plains sort of hunting for other rival warbands. And I'm like, okay, so beyond the horizon, you just see some, puffs of smoke and you think there's another army out there. What do you want to do? And I basically, again, gave him some multiple choice answers of, do you want to go attack? Do you want to go defend? And I sort of did that with all of you to sort of set the tone of the first game. Also, who you were playing against as well. I used it to sort of semi-randomly decide, or your actions had consequences in terms of, depending on what you said, meant your pairings might change slightly, and whether you'd be attacking or defending in that first game and stuff. Because after the very first game that you actually then played, you all kind of came to me and were like, okay, cool, so what happens next? Who's playing who? And I was a bit like, well, actually, no, it's a free-for-all. So, you pick who you want to play with. And I sort of almost felt like you guys were a bit disappointed I wasn't adding that element onto just before the second game to work out.
You failed in your GMing duties there, Phil.
Or maybe. But I sort of felt like that took a lot of time to prepare and write and do. And maybe there's a speedier version for like when you're in person to do that. So that might be something to bring forwards to the next game. But if like that was a nice, narrative way of bringing the games to life, but effectively also required, as you say, a GM to create. You can just do that with 2 people, which is funny because the first game, Rogue Trader, did have a third person to GM the games to add that kind of narrative element to it. Inquisitor, the game, or Inc. 28, as most people play it now, has that as well. So it is interesting that can add a more interesting layer to it.
Oh, for sure, mate. And I think it's great. I think, to me, I think what's always really fun and something that I'd love to kind of get back to, and something that I think would be a fun experiment, would be more of those kind of like weekend sessions, as it were, where, a group of friends comes together. And maybe this is something we should pitch to the lads and see if there's a chance that we can implement it where actually we have, a little bit of a time investment in terms of like terrain and other things. I mean, we could do it at my place, for example. I mean, admittedly, I could easily facilitate 4 players or 6 players relatively comfortably, and you could have that thing where multiple games are happening simultaneously. Because we did that again. I always really, really valued, and I appreciate. I talked about this a bunch already, but I really appreciated when Shadow War Armageddon came out. And 6 of us got together and played back-to-back games of Shadow War Armageddon. And just kind of like, because again, it was super easy to do, super small boards. Again, the armies were super easy to put together because they were just stuff. And you were just like, cool, yeah, do back-to-back games. And at the end, the overall winner's the person who's got the most relics or whatever it was, It's like, but you could choose to spend the relics on things. And there was like mad stuff that was going on. I remember my buddy Mike, who doesn't play Warhammer anymore, he was running a scout kill team. Do you remember that? All the snipers he had and all the other stuff.
Yes, yeah.
And in that one mission, he spent a load of relics on having a Terminator. And it was like, what the hell are we supposed to do against that? It was like literally like, I think it was, I can't remember who played against him, but he just rocked up and he was like, screw it, I'm spending all my resources on a Terminator. And it was like, oh wow, this got real. Like, yeah. And you had a horrible time because you were running just a Krieg unit and your bravery was terrible. There was always that thing where you basically spend, because in that game you just basically spend your whole time pinned, so you're just literally like, I've been shot at.
Yeah, I think the bog standard guardsmen weren't particularly great in that game. Yeah. I did enjoy it a lot though, man. I thought it was a really fun system. But again, much of that fun is informed by the way that we played it. The fact that we played all those games back to back.
it was super entertaining, and I think that's the thing. It's like, to me, that kind of session with your buddies is definitely cool. And again, you can build it around rivalries, you can build it around narrative events. Did you ever, I mean, there's a really intriguing old 6th edition publication called Campaign of Fire. Do you ever remember that?
Do you know what? I don't think I do.
Well, hang on 2 seconds as I just go grab it. Hang on. Be right back, everyone. Sorry, Phil, I got it wrong. Not Campaign of Fire, Crusade of Fire.
Ooh. No, I don't recognise that at all.
Well, fair. So it's an old campaign book, and it's actually quite lovely because basically it talks about this whole campaign. So this was done by Warhammer Studio staff. So you get to see all the different factions. So you've got Gladiator Group 138, run by Wade Price there. So Wade Price and his Khorne demons in the form of the Gladiator Group. You've got the Sons of the Manticore, run by Robin Cruddas.
Cruddas, yeah. Oh, he's still going.
There he is, Robin. Sorry, Phil, were you trying to say something? I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I was saying he's still going because he's one of the 40k rules writers, I believe now.
Indeed. Shield of Dawn, run by Kevin Chin. There we are, the Shield of Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
It's very nice, an Imperial Fist army. God, there's loads of them in this campaign. Phil Kelly and his Serpent Strike. So Phil Kelly with the Drakari there.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Kenrick and his Strike Force Seth. So the forces of the Flesh Tearers. Who else we got? We've got Matt Hudson with the Hounds of Huron. So the Red Corsairs.
Oh,
pretty
nice.
Amazing. So yeah, no, I mean, it's just a really fun book. Oh, look, Simon Grant with his Space Wolves. Good old Simon Grant and his Space Wolves. He loves the Space Wolves.
I feel like we're going to be doing this all day if you're just going to read them all out. It's a never-ending list of armies.
Hey, there's one last one. Chris Peach and his The Hydra Strike. Look at that.
Oh,
I am Alfarius.
It's not the... I thought it'd be the Guard, but maybe this predated it.
It's so weird when you see pictures of old Peachy with hair. It's a strange thing to kind of come to terms with.
Yes.
Maybe this Alpha Legion army of his speaks to his recent departure from the painting phase, you know?
Possibly. Who could say?
His secret agenda. But anyway, yeah, I mean, it's just really interesting because it just dives into... Basically, as a book, what was really nice about it was just them all kind of exploring like the narrative ideas of building a campaign, structuring it. It gives like a very loose structure around how you yourself can obviously run and operate your own crusades or your own campaigns, rather, sorry. But yeah, it's just really interesting. And again, look at that for a thematic board. Look at that.
Oh, brilliant. So it's like a bunch of mini islands that are asteroids with bases on to form like a sort of asteroid base. Yeah, the in-space battles boards that I've seen that have been along those lines have always looked really cool and amazing and interesting to play on. I mean, the other sort of 6th, 7th edition books that I thought were really thematic, I can't remember, but I know you got them. It's basically Space Wolves versus Orcs. And then you've got Thousand Suns. Oh, was it also
Space Wolves?
Also Space Wolves. Were they both versus Space Wolves? How odd. Space Wolves have got a lot of love in that edition, but that's, I guess, when they had a big revamp of the range. So maybe that's why. And I know there was Orcs versus Guard, but that was a much smaller book. Wasn't like I don't think that was
so
double books that they had.
Yeah, back then they had the big ones was Wrath of Magnus and Curse of the Wolfen. So that was a 2-part series that dealt with Thousand Suns versus Space Wolves.
There was wasn't there one called Black Crusade as well?
Yes, so there was one called Crusade of Fire, and then there was I think it was it's like Blades of Khorne or Blades of Chaos. There was a 2-parter, but it dealt with the Crimson Slaughter joining the Black Legion, basically. It was a really interesting narrative through line. But again, that's the thing. I don't know. It just felt like back in the day they tried to do a little bit more kind of. But again, they were setting the scene, weren't they, for Galaxy in Flames? Because obviously Galaxy in Flames came around the corner, and we had obviously Fracture of Biltan, the Devastation of Baal. Not Devastation of Baal. Devastation of Baal was part of it, but
the Fall of Cadia.
Yes, the Fall of
Gathering
Cadia.
Storm. Yeah.
Gathering Storm, that was it. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, because so the other big book that was that they did the double book, the Leviathan set, which was Blood Angels versus Tyranids, specifically Leviathan. And obviously that set the stage for a tiny bit of lore change from Gathering Storm or post-Gathering Storm, where the Tyranids then all got wiped out by KHORNE. But that was like one of those iconic battles that seemed to be forever raging. And I think at that point in the game, it was maybe easier to do these like iconic rivals because they were sort of battling in perpetuity. So obviously you had things like Steel Legion fighting orcs on Armageddon. That was a battle that was forever raging. Cadia versus Chaos because of the Eye of Terror. That was always happening. And the battles never really got resolved because they were always at that 3 minutes to midnight. So you're constantly playing out that last bit, which maybe helped give us these iconic rivalries that still to this day feels like they exist, even if maybe narratively they don't anymore. So obviously we look at Leviathan. Now it's Leviathan versus Ultramarines in the new edition, but they don't necessarily feel like they have any kind of historical precedence other than now. So maybe going forwards, well, obviously you had the Tyrannic War, obviously, so, but just not quite as.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, it doesn't feel like they're as big a beef than than Blood Angels versus Tyranids, but that might just be me. Might be because I bought that.
Yeah, that's a you thing,
book.
man. Ultramarines probably have the biggest beef with Nids of any Space Marine chapter.
I mean, was Ultramar ever like directly attacked by Tyranids?
Yes.
No, whatever. Maybe.
Yeah, the Behemoth Hive Fleet made it all the way to Macragge. That's why they have Tyrannic War veterans in.
Oh yes, I'm aware about the Tyrannic War veterans. Yeah, I didn't know whether they got to Macragge. Well, because I was thinking more about how the Blood Angels literally got to the the Tyranids got to Baal. Whereas I thought the Ultramarines diverted the tendril before it got to Ultramar, but then maybe because I don't play Ultramarines, that's the bit of lore I'm a bit.
Yeah, so the Ultramarines, much like the Blood Angels, had to bide their time by essentially sacrificing worlds during the advance. So that's like the Index, not the Index Astartes, the Codex Astartes or whatever it is. That's kind of like the war doctrina for dealing with this kind of stuff, is you have to have like sacrificial things. So both Baal and Macragge essentially put a few lambs to the slaughter in order to bide time and create an opportunity for them to bolster the defenses. But Macragge essentially was able to repel the forces of the High Fleet Behemoth. I think it was Behemoth. It definitely was. I feel like it was the red and blue one. So the red skin with the blue carapace.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, basically, Behemoth was fighting on two fronts, basically, which is why Ultramar was able to repel them, because essentially they were also Iandan was essentially also having a bit of a go at them at the same time, if I remember correctly. So Prince Uriel returned to basically with his pirate fleets of corsairs and basically caused them all sorts of problems. And then they were basically getting duffed up by Ultramarines, but also duffed up by Elder, and they were just like, "Wow, this is terrible. We'll just go somewhere else."
I guess that makes sense, because we were literally talking about the Battle for Macragge box set earlier, which obviously had the Behemoth Tyranids in. Yeah, so obviously, maybe that's true. I was going to mention the other like historic rivalry, which I don't feel like has been set in a campaign. but just exist within the lore forever. Can you hazard a guess at who I'm going to say, Dan? It's relevant to something we've been doing recently.
Oh, really? Relevant to something we've been doing recently. A historical conflict never really been realised. I'll go with... No, I've Dark Angels and the Fallen.
Yes, that's it. That's who I was going to say.
That is it, is it?
No, that is it. Well, what was interesting is I just finished listening to Fallen Angels, the sort of second Dark Angels book set in Horus Heresy.
Yeah.
And I'm a bit like, I'm kind of Team Fallen. Yeah, I'm a bit like, Luther did nothing wrong. And I like the idea of the Fallen. In fact, out of the two, I would say the Fallen have always seen a bit more interesting as an army out of the two. And interestingly, obviously, Games Workshop's been promoting Dark Angels at the moment. On the Warhammer community, they showed off somebody's Fallen army. And I was a bit like, I don't need another army. But I was a bit like, but if I was to do it, and it wasn't Kroot, it could be the Fallen. I could see us doing this. And I like the idea of, if we were to do rivals, it'd make perfect sense because you've already got the Dark Angels half. Although, time-wise, it would make more sense for you to pick an army and build it and paint it because you'd do it in a quicker time than it would take me.
It's true. Or what you could do is just... Because one of the great things about Cypher specifically is Cypher can be layered into all kinds of armies, right? Or
any Fallen model, I guess you could make and just add it into your army.
Yeah, so these days, like, the rules that they concocted for Cypher over many instances was that Cypher effectively could be added to people's armies. There was even a rule set at one point where you could turn up to the tabletop and give your opponent a Cypher mini.
Yeah.
And just be like, do you want to run this?
I thought there was some kind of rule... and I didn't know if it was a specific mission or if it was, like a kind of army-wide rule where you could... I didn't know if it was necessarily Cypher, but I was like, I thought you could give your opponent a Fallen model and basically be like,
yes,
this is a person I need to interrogate and get to. Or at least, even if you don't have the model, you elect a character who has information on the Fallen. So at least you can layer that narrative onto whatever army you're playing against.
Yeah, so the Crusade rules for 9th edition Dark Angels had that layered into it. So you could essentially gift them with a miniature. So you could give them a Fallen miniature. Specifically, I think it was Cypher. But basically, what that basically meant was your opponent gets a free Cypher, but they basically... in doing so, agreed to giving you an instant win condition.
Nice.
So it was like that thing where it's like, hey, you can add Cypher to your army, and if you add Cypher to your army, if I get him, I win. And it's like, so you have to basically be like, you're getting 100-point, 150-point character in your army, but essentially I just have a singular focus. Because that's like a win condition. So it was an interesting idea. I mean, Cypher over the years, they've layered in so many different ways that you can add him to armies, so many different ways you can play him. I mean, Cypher first kind of came into existence during the 3rd edition rule set. Cypher kind of, he's probably been around for even longer, but they did a miniature for him in 3rd ed, I want to say, and that was really where it started taking off, and they layered in all of these rules for him all the time, and there was always all this stuff that you could kind of do with him. And I mean, that's the thing, when you're playing like Dark Angels against another opponent, like you should always... I feel like most Dark Angel players should have Cypher in their collection and should be more, open to having people add that to their army. Even if it puts them at a disadvantage, I feel like it's just something that they should do. Just because it's fun, it's like, it's just be like, here's Cypher, put him in your army. Because, I have a Cypher mini. I think it's a cool miniature. I've got a real soft spot for the old metal with the two pistols kind of coming out. The current one is really nice, like really nice, but it's almost too nice. Like I kind of like some of the old jank of the old metal. But yeah, like I think that's the thing, man. Like I think like that kind of stuff with Dark Angels and Cypher would be cool. They have, so for clarification, they have done some EPUBs that have dealt with Cypher and added kind of not a campaign element, but they did layer him in to it. But you are right. There's never, to my knowledge, been a specific campaign that pits the forces of the Fallen against the Dark Angels in a meaningful campaign narrative. No. There have been instances where they have done small entries in other campaigns. So, like, obviously, most recently, Arcs of Omen has Fallen in it. Arcs of Omen added Fallen as part of the Vashtor campaign. So there were some missions centered around Fallen. So they have done it, but not to a more in-depth extent. But
it's interesting because
an interesting thing.
I guess the Fallen never really seem like they're meant to be played as like an entire army. It's almost more like pockets of people that are scattered. So, you know, at most you might have a unit or two of them in amongst a much larger army, or just a single model or something. But I do like the idea of like a full army of them. I think that would be quite cool. I don't know if that's necessarily narratively correct, but I wouldn't have a problem with it. That's for sure.
I don't think it comes down to it being narratively correct. I think at the end of the day, the forces of the Fallen would... The thing is the nature of Chaos Warbands and Chaos Space Marines is that, you know, Fallen may lead certain warbands, so they'd have like various cultists and serfs in their employ, as it were, or under their protection. So, yeah, it wouldn't necessarily be that they would be a fully fledged army, but you could totally do like them as a sort of ally to like a traitor guards force or a wider Chaos Space Marine force. Like, to me, it is maddening that we haven't actually entered into a situation where Games Workshop have given us a really interesting like Fallen unit for, because they've Fallen have been a unit and been a thing within 40k for ages, but like they've never really.
I feel like they are the heretical chaos equivalent of Legion of the Damned. They've existed in the lore for such a long time. They do a similar thing. They're just mysterious and they pop up out of nowhere. You can kind of add them to other armies. And likewise, they've just kind of, they've always existed in the lore, but they've just not done anything with them properly for like almost 3+ editions of the game, at least with Legion of Damned. They haven't had minis since, I wouldn't say 2nd edition, maybe 3rd edition. Like, God, I mean, I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, Legion.
It feels like it's been a while since they've properly released minis for them.
5th edition. 5th edition was the last range refresh for Legion.
Okay. Maybe
so they got, when they did the 5th edition Codex, Legion were in it, and Legion got they got a box set of, I think it was 6 minis. I think you got the Sergeant, maybe it was a 5-man unit, and then they did a couple blisters of alternate sculpts, because obviously they were all metal blisters. So you had like, basically, I think you had like 8 different variants of Legionnaire, and then Legionnaire with Flamer, Legionnaire with Melter Gun, and then I think there was Legionnaire with Heavy Flamer and Legionnaire with Heavy Bolter. I think that was the mix, and then they had 2 different types of captain. They had the one that has like the sword up in the air, and then they had another one that sort of had the sword more kind of across, and then a really cool skull thing. I love the old Legion of the Damned sculpts. I love Legion of the Damned in the general sense. Legion of the Damned to me is like, again, I would love them to bring back Legion of the Damned. I'd love it. Like, I feel like Imperial Guard with a squad of Legion of the Damned is freaking cool. Like,
yeah.
it's something that you want to see, you know?
Yeah, and again, a great, like, potentially like themed mission where you have a Legion of Damned aren't showing up for a couple of turns, and the Guard have like got to hold off, and the support are Legion of Damned, and that is quintessentially what happens with Legion of Damned in Fall of Cadia. Like, they appear on Cadia just before the end, basically, as like these mad reinforcements. Yeah, so it's a bit of a shame they don't do stuff like that. And, you know, you mentioned it a few minutes ago about how, you know, a Chaos Warrior just leading a bunch of guardsmen or renegade guardsmen or cultists is such a cool concept that you don't really see much anymore. I always like the idea of just a single Custodes motto being added to an army of, like, guardsmen. Like, he's there and he's just going to lead them because he's clearly the most senior person. And that's the thing I like about the Inquisition the most, is they do really add a lot of narrative game sort of elements to your games. And I feel like the times whenever I played with my Inquisition, I always felt like I was, no matter whether it was a competitive game or not, I always felt like I was having a much more thematic game because I was making stories centered around that character and her retinue. So I probably should dust them off and play with them a bit more, because they always seemed quite fun.
Well, I suppose that's the thing, isn't it, right? Because back in the day, I used to look at games of Warhammer 40,000 as to think that this game was a skirmish within a wider battle, right? Like, the way I used to look at 40k is that, you know, there was a wider battle happening around this game, but the game is showcasing a part of that conflict. So we're essentially dealing with a skirmish within a bigger kind of setting, and that skirmish has its own objectives. And I think, like, the Games Workshop, the Black Library novels do a really good job of bringing that kind of concept to life, because all too often in the Black Library novels, we're always kind of zeroing in on a specific theatre of war, and we're dealing with a specific kind of thing that affects those characters in it. So, you know, in this particular instance, there is a lord or master of some high social standing, but ultimately is a, you know, jumped up, snobby human lord character that can't defend themselves to toffee. But as a result, they still have a kind of degree of command over, you know, the forces around them. So they're essentially fleeing for their lives, and the forces are trying to protect them. So again, that stuff feels like the thing that you want to kind of narratively kind of bring to life. It's like, okay, cool, the mission is keep this person alive. You know, that becomes more interesting than, you know, what we've ended up now, which is just basically stand on that objective, do that thing. And that stuff does work. It's just that they're mechanics that serve gameplay more than they serve narrative. And that's fine in and of itself. It's just, it's different. And I think that's one of the things that's really interesting about, like, modern 40k, I suppose, is I never really feel like I'm playing like a skirmish that is part of a bigger war and it has its own kind of narrative through line to it. It's just basically I'm playing a game of toy soldiers, and the rules of engagement are that I have to stand here and I have to claim these points. I mean, you can ultimately give yourself that same you know, outlook on it, but it's just interesting to kind of feel out that difference. But yeah, man, I think trying to loosely go back, because basically this segment has devolved into us basically talking about narrative ideas, right? Like, so at first we were talking rivalries, now we're more just sort of dealing with the broader scope of what can you as a player do to try and evoke more narrative in your gaming. And yeah, I think at the end of the day, I think it really just comes down to what it is that you like and what it is that you want to try and express on the tabletop. If you're the sort of person who's just really enjoying the game as it is and enjoying the competitive system, good on you. But I think a lot of us are definitely looking for things that kind of elevate it and give it more greater significance, you know. And I think that's the thing that you really want. You want a bit of pomp and circumstance around your gaming. You want something to build up to. You want something to be excited about. And I think what we've been talking about is more in line with that, you know, campaign systems, missions with a little bit more of a kind of narrative-driven objective. these things I think would be really good in terms of enhancing your gameplay experiences. And I think what I would kind of close with is encouraging everyone who's maybe feeling a bit of fatigue with the current kind of status quo competitive systems to definitely be more experimental with how you approach gaming and what kind of scenarios you play and what kind of armies you build and what kind of things you're doing, and not to be too restricted by how you kind of perceive the proper way of playing is, and just being more open to experimenting with different ways of approaching it. But I mean, again, appreciate that's not for everyone. But I'm imagining if you listen to us ramble about it for as long as we just have, maybe it's the kind of thing that appeals to you. It certainly appeals to me. I want to do more of this. Talking about it gets me excited. I keep thinking, oh, I could go away and buy some more terrain and build some boards and create a narrative and write a campaign. But then life gets in the way. So yeah, it's just one of those. But yeah, I mean, what do you reckon about that, mate?
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of building and theming an army around a rival that you can then duke against one of your friends on a regular basis. I appreciate a full army is a big ask, but maybe even if it's just a kill team, or then potentially up to a boarding action sized game to play with your mate, or combat patrol. That's another one. And you could actually, if you're really into kit bashing and converting your minis, then you can maybe tailor your armies a touch more than just a particular paint scheme versus another army of a particular paint scheme. Those sorts of things do add a lot of sort of narrative elements to your games. And as you say about experimenting, I think you're right. So, as we talked about already, we did a free-player game. We took an old mission from 5th edition, and we just sort of updated it. It was quite easy to read through and basically be like, okay, I called a bit here talking about objectives. We just use the standard current rules for objectives, and then we just update a few things here and there to work with the current rule system. It didn't take long. There's plenty of resources for old missions if you want to get hold of them. Even the Crusade like mission packs that I talked about, because they didn't sell very well, lots of third-party retailers will still have them. I'm pretty sure Element Games still sells actually quite a few of them because they just didn't sell that well. So you could take those missions from 9th edition, update them, and lastly, if you subscribe to White Dwarf, shameless plug here, they do a new 40k and AOS mission every month. It's detachable on a piece of card, so you can actually rip it out the magazine. And it's also printed in the magazine as well, so you can have it separate. And I literally have a stack of like 5 or 6 of them from last few issues that I could potentially then go off and play with people. I think I played one so far. I haven't played any more, but they are more Eternal War style missions. So, and they kind of got like a narrative hook to them. So there are official ways of playing more narrative games. There's obviously lots of unofficial, or pick a mix, take an older edition and just update it. Yeah, I think there's a lot of fun you could do. I was going to say one last thing, Dan. If you had to pick a narrative rivals army that you would want to play against me, what factions would they be, assuming that we were both creating new armies?
If we were both creating new armies, I think the rivalries that I would probably be most interested in exploring would possibly be... I quite like the one I said from the outset, which is the Crimson Fists and the Orcs. So I think Crimson Fists are a really kind of compelling chapter, and they've got a lot of really interesting kind of elements to them. So I like that, but I feel like that's quite a kind of blunt and sort of straightforward one. I think anything involving Marines immediately kind of becomes quite simple in that kind of way. I think I would probably actually be more interested in us exploring some of the rivalries within Chaos Warbands. I find that really interesting, like that kind of feudal system.
Chaos versus chaos.
Within the war. Chaos versus chaos, yeah. Like, I think that's stuff that, I mean, obviously these days the Black Legion has kind of created this dominant position as the kind of de facto, legion within the warp, right? So they kind of are the galvanizing force to bring it all together. But certainly during the early years following, the events of the heresy, there was so much rivalry and so much infighting within the former legions as they formed these Chaos Warbands. And what was really interesting about Chaos Warbands and what they were then is that they would employ all these incredibly diverse kind of tactics, because they incorporate a vast array of different legion archetypes in there. So you could have like a World Eater and a Thousand Son and an Emperor's Children. Although the Emperor's Children kind of, for the most part, it seems, kind of went off and sort of became their own thing, because Fulgrim kind of did a good job of kind of perverting their sensibilities. So you definitely had to deal with some of the legions that had more kind of like warrior pride. So like Thousand Sons were a force that are more likely to, because Thousand Sons kind of ended up in the situation they were in, not out of choice, but out of necessity. Again, World Eaters have a very, interesting outlook on things, because they're obviously these brutal, malicious killing machines. But they do have like this kind of warrior, kind of gladiatorial approach. So there's definitely things you can look at with them. Obviously, Sons of Horus, or more specifically, what would become Black Legion, but still, like Sons of Horus and other rivals to Abaddon. That would be super interesting. Alpha Legion. Again, Alpha Legion probably don't make sense because they're a bit kind of wibbly, but Iron Warriors, that kind of stuff. I think you could definitely build some really interesting war bands and deploy really interesting tactics and kind of dive into a kind of campaign system that's more around, gathering resources and building up troops. And, because again, Chaos Warbands were essentially scavenging for everything, ammunition, armor, resources. They might have one ship, and that ship is basically their home and their livelihood. And it's like, so they became more renegade based, more piratical. And I think that setting would be really fun. I think some sort of in the warp sort of thing. And again, like you could layer in really interesting narrative systems where, you could choose certain allegiances with certain gods, and that would, earn certain things.
I like how this has become a whole campaign system, not just pick a faction to play against. I mean,
but
that actually sounds really fantastic. The layers of stuff that you could do in terms of if you wanted to do resource gathering, raiding, or allegiances with gods, which then might affect you in positive and negative ways. I feel like what you've described, sort of, in a top level way, is the original version of Warcry, which thematically I really loved. It was war bands in the I want to say the 8 points. I think that's what it's called. It was like the all gates. I think that's what it was, and then it got perverted and became the 8 points of the realms, where Archeon is Tower lives, and you were basically minor war bands fighting it out to impress him enough to join his army in effect. And that was the original version of Warcry. And then they added in all the other factions, and I sort of felt like they ruined the key concept that they had. But obviously it makes more sense from a sort of financial point of view to allow people to play factions that they probably have within AOS anyway. But yeah, the idea of Renegade Warbands, I've always loved, because obviously I'm a Forge World boy at heart, I love Badab War. So I love the Renegade chapters are within there. So was it Crimson Slaughter that we talked about before with Huron Blackheart? What's his band called?
Yeah, no. Crimson Slaughter wasn't Huron Blackheart. That's the Red Corsairs.
Oh, Red Corsairs. That's it. Yeah, I knew I'd get that name wrong, but yeah, I love them as an idea. I've always felt like the Renegades, and again, I've always said it. Like, I don't necessarily like the visual appeal of Chaos Marines being all spiky and wibbly with tentacles. I much prefer almost like that kind of just before the fall of Chaos, where they just sort of almost look a bit more like regular Space Marines, but maybe they've got some extra embellishments, but it's not too baroque and crazy. So yeah, the Badab War Renegades, where they haven't necessarily quite fallen to Chaos just yet, but I guess the idea is inevitably Renegade chapters will do sooner or later. Yeah, I love that kind of concept that, again, as you say, it sort of feels like they've just been amalgamated into, there's the Black Legion and that's now the big Chaos Force, and that's all they really concentrate on. And there's actually so much more interesting lore on the edges that they have sort of, I don't think they've necessarily forgotten about it, but they don't shine a light on it or focus on it particularly.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think if you're looking for a kind of interesting kind of rivalry system that gives you a bit of depth, I think like something like that is interesting. But again, because you can layer in, as I say, layer in the demons, layer in the cultists, layer in the guard. Not that the guard really makes sense in that context, because really within the warbands that wouldn't really be something that would happen. But even then, it's stuff like the kind of sort of twisted perversions that happen within the kind of Chaos Forces, the way that they would mock their rivals and do things to spite them. I think that's the thing that's always really interesting. Like you could definitely see like a Chaos Warlord, defeating a rival general, or defeating a rival general's like prized fighter. You could imagine like the first number 2 in command is ambushed on a relatively straightforward mission, and the warlord has slain them, and then turns them into like a possessed Chaos Space Marine monstrosity, and then sends them after them. So it's like you can imagine this kind of like chemically altered sort of crazed killing machine that some like horrific sort of Fabius Bile type surgeon has just gone to town on, and it's just like, oh, my beloved hero has come back as a hulking mass of awfulness and is trying to kill me.
Yeah, that actually reminds me. So the original Rogue Trader, you had, I'm sure it I think it was Rogue Trader still. You had the Realm of Chaos book, which is the ones they do the repos of at Warhammer Worlds. And in there, you have basically these whole tables for how you take your regular Chaos Warrior on a journey to, or like being a Demon Prince type character, and how he can level up, actually level up into these different kind of ranks and get the boons from the Chaos Gods, and you can kind of roll off on these mad tables, and you've got hands for eyes, or chicken feet, and all sorts of completely mad mutations that you could end up getting on your way. So you could definitely add in extra layers like that. It almost feels like it's Necromunda for Chaos players is the concept we've created here. But I think that you could have a lot of fun with that. I think, especially if you maybe it would work better as like you do it in Kill Team, because then it's just a war band that you're then sort of playing out on a very sort of smaller skirmish level, rather than having to do an army wide thing. Although that could also be quite fun. But you could definitely add a lot more. A lot of mad elements to it.
It definitely feels like as well, though, building it up over time, creating like war bands within war bands within war bands, where it's like, this is squad blah 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 led by blah blah blah, and this is the thing, and then you get more of them and you kind of expand them and grow it. So like a slow grow campaign where you start at 500, 1,000, move into like 2,000. You can really kind of build that up and actually have a bit more narrative associated with them. So yeah, I think Chaos is a good option. I think the thing is with Chaos is you don't necessarily need Chaos to sort of... Chaos kind of feel like they have the best rivalries amongst themselves.
Yes.
Everyone else that...
Well, yeah. I think one is you don't need a narrative reason to hate each other. They just kind of do innately anyway. But also what it allows you to do is it's not just you versus me. It's not a 2-player rivalry system. You could have 10 people, each one with a different Chaos Warband, and each one aligned to one of the 4 gods. So potentially you could have almost like a team element to it, but it's like they're all out for each other. And that's the kind of cool thing about Chaos is it's got the scale of you can have lots of people taking part in a kind of rivals, let's say format, for want of a better word, while it's still kind of narratively cohesive, which is sort of ultimately the thing that we want to pull off. Whereas, I quite like the idea of, Steel Legion and Orcs is a very cool thing.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, that really is two factions. I mean, you could say, oh, yes, KHORNE is occasionally in there as well, based on previous Armageddons and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it's really Steel Legion and Orcs. That's for rivalry. If you were to expand that to multiple people, it's like, cool, which side are you on, Orcs or Steel Legion? It isn't like you can particularly grow it with more interesting factions within that. Now, I mean, I guess Chaos is just one faction, but with lots of different flavors. That's the workaround. But I guess they're technically multiple factions, like multiple 40k, like Codex factions within that sort of super faction. So it does work.
Yeah, because again, when I look at other races, right, you look at like Eldari, I mean, Eldari sort of, it's weird really, right? Because Eldari don't really do rivalries necessarily. They're just too up themselves all the time. So it's like, and Eldari don't really even fight within Eldari. They do, and they have little kind of petty squabbles, but it's not like rivalry. Because at the end of the day, they all kind of, Drakari, Harlequins, and Craftworlders, and Exodites, and Corsairs, they all basically agree that Eldari life is precious beyond all others, and they will all kind of just get along when they need to. So, like, Eldari, again, have basically had, like, things cause them issues, but it's never been particularly rivalry-esque.
No, I sort of feel like maybe Tyranids have been, like, their biggest boogeyman, but... I mean, obviously you've got Eldar and Slanesh as well, in terms of the gods.
Of course. Yeah.
But I can't say I've particularly heard of, like, I don't know, Emperor's Children versus a particular, Elder subfaction. And maybe that's just my Elder lore is quite rubbish, but yeah, it definitely feels more like Slanesh demons versus Elder is a thing.
And it's not even a case of versus Elder. It's just a case of Elder created it and it wants to eat them. It's not even a case of like
it's like a rivalry. Threats that's always ever present amongst all the other.
Same thing with the Nids. Yeah, same thing with the Nids. Nids just came along and mucked them up, and it's like, okay, cool, that's Nids. And then same thing with the Orcs. Orcs don't really deal in the only real rivalry within Orcs is the one that you're talking about with like other guard factions and things like that.
Well, they briefly did it with Space Wolves, because do you remember when they bought Gaz back and they bought is it Logan Grimnar back, and they were like, this is Gaz's biggest rival ever, and all the guard players were like, wait, what? Don't you mean Gaz? Don't you mean Yara? Like, what's going on? So I guess there is a historic precedence there with Orcs. I sort of almost feel like Xenos get a rough deal, because if you were to think Necrons, who's their biggest?
Well, Necrons and Eldari, actually, now that you mentioned it, Necrons and Eldari go way back.
Oh, because they're like the ancient races. Yeah,
those two back in the day had a bit of a fracas.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily put them together, but I think you're right. If you had to pick something for Necrons to have beef with, it would be that. Obviously, Fall of Orpheus, specifically in a campaign, it's a specific Necron sect versus Minotaurs and Krieg from one of the Forge World books. And obviously, you've got Pariah Nexus currently, which is just Necrons versus the Imperium, I guess. But yeah, it doesn't feel like they have like a fixed battle or campaign that you could point to and then be like, yes, Necrons versus this.
Well, Necrons at the moment are just sort of grumpy old gits, aren't they? That have just sort of woken up and just like, get off my land. It's sort of like, they're just shaking their fists at everything.
Yeah, I almost feel like the Xenos races are meant to be obviously the foil for the Imperium, so they're against everyone, whereas the Imperium and to a lesser extent Chaos have very specific rivalries against specific factions. Like Tau have a specific rivalry against Ultramarines because of I can't even remember the sector they used to fight in that campaign system. But because of that.
I mean, Tau are an interesting faction, and Tau definitely have rivalries, and Tau definitely don't get on with everybody, even though they go around preaching the greater good. They definitely have some frustrations. I think the thing is with the Tau is always the case that they've never really kind of been too much of a threat on a kind of bigger scale, and they've definitely, again, it just sort of feels like the problem is with factions like Tau is that it came into existence and they've just been kind of passed around by the bigger races where it's like, oh, the Orcs are having a go at them. Ah, poor old Tau, but they'll figure it out. And then it's like, oh, now the Nids are having a go. Ah, poor old Tau. And now the Marines are having a go. Ah, jeez, leave them alone. They just seem to. It's the problem is with the Tau, it always feels like you're punching down, even though they're incredible in game and they've got great rules, etc., etc. They never really feel like they've been a meaningful threat, so they always sort of exist on the periphery, which is kind of true of the Elder as well because of the nature of how the Elder have been portrayed. I mean, going back to what we were saying before, there was the existential threats of demons and other things, but then there's also just functional problems. So, like, the Thousand Suns cause the Eldari loads of problems because they're looking for the Black Library. So, often Elder will have run-ins with Thousand Suns trying to find their secrets, and that's a whole thing. And it's just like, oh God, So, but again, it never feels like the Thousand Suns particularly hate or have a rivalry with Elder. They're just like, get out of my way. I want to get to your books. It's sort of like it's just sort of like it's sort of in the way. So yeah, I mean, outside of that, yeah, I suppose the Necrons actually, Blood Angels and Necrons had a thing for a while, didn't they? And then they got friendly.
Did they?
Yeah, Blood Angels and Necrons definitely had a thing. But then they did that weird thing, didn't they, where they teamed up to fight
that was in the Leviathan campaign book. Yeah, the Necrons actually did team up with the Blood Angels. You're right. Yeah, it's coming back to me now.
Yeah. Which again was super cool. I think like that stuff I really like as well. But again, it sort of feels so crazy that of the things that kind of would team up together, you wouldn't necessarily assert that the Blood Angels would team up with something like the Necrons, but they do. So, fair enough, I guess. But yeah, those are kind of my vibe on it. Otherwise, yeah, it's all the obvious ones like Dark Angels and themselves. Everyone hates Tyranids, but like, I don't. It doesn't really feel like an evocative, interesting rivalry with Nids. It just feels like they're a problem that you just have to deal with.
I think for the most part, I guess, as we talked about, Blood Angels and Leviathan specifically had beef. Ultramarines, weirdly, and Leviathan also had beef, so you could play into that. Yeah. So when I was doing a Tyranid army, because I bought I think it was also called Leviathan box set. Oh no, actually it wasn't. It was called Blood of Baal, I think, or Shield of Baal. It was basically Tyranids plus Blood Angel Marines in that dual box set. So I had loads of spare Blood Angel Marines. So basically I was basing all my miniatures with dead Blood Angel warriors to represent that kind of specific time period of a Shield of Baal, basically. But that feels like that's come and gone, and it isn't still ongoing because it felt like that battle was resolved. Whereas I guess some like Armageddon is sort of still ongoing, so you could still sort of play it out a bit better.
Yeah, totally. But yeah, there we go. I reckon that's a bunch of chitter chatter about the topic of narrative and or rivalries. It's been quite an interesting conversation. I suppose, in summary, I mean, yeah, like obviously relating this stuff to the current kind of state of the game and what you can do within it. I think, yeah, like I think that's the core of it. Is just be a bit more experimental with your gameplay, try out different things, build armies that are a little bit more friendly, I suppose. Like, don't necessarily be bringing things that, you know, optimally smash each other up, and actually try and create stuff that facilitates a bit of more of a kind of fun gaming experience for both players. But a lot of that can be and is born out of the missions, I think. I think ultimately, if you create like a specific win condition that is quite achievable while also challenging, it can open up gameplay in a really interesting way. So, yeah, long story short, I think there's a lot that can be done, and definitely keen to do more of it myself for sure. I am quite invested in the idea of us doing more thematic gameplay, it's fair to say.
Well, I'm totally down for this Chaos Rivals Renegade warbands fighting each other campaign system that we're now going to come up with.
Yeah?
Sounds great.
Yeah, we're going to
I'm totally hyped. Totally want to do it.
Good. I've got to do Legions Imperialis before that, mate.
Oh, God.
Exactly, as do you too.
I know.
Get it done. All right, guys. Thanks so much for listening. Here's a transitional noise. For those of you who can remember, however long ago it was, we had a 5-star review from Frank the Corn Guy, otherwise known as... Oh, hang on. I've scrolled down far too far.
Big Games.
There it is. Small Wars, Big Games on the Instagram. So if you're searching to see what Frank's been up to, recommend you searching for Small Wars, Big Games. We'll link it in the description. And this is that bit where me and Phil kind of go through, have a look, and give you a general flavour of what you can expect to find there. And it's worth saying from the outset, Phil, that Frank has clearly been gramming his Warhammer hobby for a flippin' long time, because I have been scrolling down for what feels like an awful long while, and I still haven't found the bottom. I don't know how deep this well goes, but there is an awful lot of Warhammer-related imagery here on the Small Wars Big Games account. So, yeah, what's your general vibe on it, Phil? How would you summarize what you see?
Frank is a prolific Chaos player. Not just Chaos, but a lot of stuff. Very good. Just lots of content, lots of pictures of games, pictures of models he's painted up, and I think quite prolific painter in that regard. Pictures painting with his son. That's really cool to see. Pictures of him winning awards, which is also great to see. I really like the Horus Heresy Word Bearers army that he's currently doing, which is some of his more recent stuff. He's done a whole bunch of vehicles, and what's this? The Traitor Praetor mini, which he's converted up quite nicely, and painted really well. So there's a lot of good stuff to see, and I'm sure, as you're saying, could endlessly entertain yourself by scrolling through and seeing what's been done.
Yeah, it's just wild, the amount of stuff that's here. Again, I mean, huge amount of respect for people like Frank, who I think it would be fair to say definitely adopts more of a kind of army painter style. I think this is someone who's obviously very invested in gaming and very keen to, get his miniatures on the tabletop and get slinging some cubes and playing some games. So, yeah, I think everything's painted to a good tabletop standard. But yeah, it's just cool to see someone who's obviously involved in a lot of different gaming and is obviously very active in terms of posting and updating on all the different things that are going on for them within the hobby, which is, seemingly quite a lot of stuff, because there's a lot here to really sink your teeth into. So, yeah, I mean, obviously awesome that Frank was nice enough to leave us a 5-star review, and clearly someone who is a very passionate fan of this hobby, because you can tell that they have been collecting, playing, immersing themselves in the world of Warhammer for a very long time, much like ourselves, Phil. us poor unfortunate souls.
Exactly. A bit long in the tooth, so to speak.
That's it. But still charming in our own unique fashion, I would say.
Well, I do hope so.
Indeed. Birds of a feather flock together. Anyway, yeah, no, fair play to you, Frank. It's a really good selection of stuff there, mate. So yeah, I feel like, if you want to go check out Frank's Instagram, link will be in the description of this podcast. So, click through, take a look, or just type in Small Wars, Big Games, into your Insta search, and you should probably find it there. So yeah, cheers, Frank. Again, appreciate it massively, mate. Keep up the good work. Maybe see you in a couple of months or a couple of weeks or a few weeks. When is RFW coming around the corner?
End of April, so it's not long to go. Not
long to go at all. Well, yeah, hopefully see you there, mate. Look forward to taking on whatever it is that you're bringing to the party. So yeah, should be cool. Awesome. All right, well, there you go. Anything else from you, Phil?
Well, no, just again, thank you, Frank, and keep up the good work on Instagram.
Absolutely. See you later. Transitional noise. All right, everyone, it's the end of episode 175, although you know better than that. Me and Phil are going to do ourselves a little intro where we ramble about nothing and everything. Isn't that right, Phil?
Exactly. We've got lots to say, and I think the first thing I want to talk about, bit on brand for me, let's say, I would like to talk about the new Lehman Russ tank.
Oh, the new old Lehman Russ tank.
Yes, the older than old new tank. Yes, the Lehman Russ Strike tank, I believe it's called, or at least it has been referred to.
Is it?
Well, on the Warhammer community article where they talk about the design of it, it's called the Strike tank. I think in the Games Workshop website where they refer to it in the Solar Auxilia Army box, they just called it a Lehman Russ tank, which is slightly confusing because if you're going to have a new design, call it that. Oddly, it's not a pattern. It's not a strike pattern like you have the Mars Alpha. You've got Gry. You've got other patterns of Lehman Russ designs. So odd they haven't given it that denomination, but they've called it a strike tank, which presumably means something.
Something to someone, surely. It means no sponsons. That's the strike element of it, I suppose.
Maybe, yes, because just going forwards, it's too busy to have any of that gumph. But yeah, so on the design, I'll say it's really nice. Having looked at a couple of people's build videos, because there's a few bits of it, like the hatch at the back, like the ventilation hatch, actually looks different from the old 40k one. So that now looks more like the Malcador. And some really nice elements to it. Like they've added, you've got things like the hunter-killer missiles included. You've got searchlights. You've got smoke launchers, which is all kind of, and like loads of cool stowage bits. And the tank commanders have these little like auto scroll like things that are taking notes for the tank crew. They can pass to on bits of paper. It's got some nice little bits of detail there. The main thing I wanted to talk about, though, was how in the Warhammer community article they talk about it, and that they didn't really mention this. Well, they sort of allude to it, and they kind of cover it, but they don't make a big thing about it, because I guess they wouldn't. But it's like the full-scale Solar Auxilia tank that we've just got in plastic is kind of different from the one that you get in Legions Imperialis.
Ooh.
So and they mention it very briefly in the article. So the Legions Imperialis one was designed by one person, mostly based on the Mars Alpha tank, with a few changes. So the sides of it are the classic 40k sides. The turret is the Mars Alpha turret. That's the key thing. It doesn't have the filters at the back of the engine, which is what Mars Alpha's kind of most known for, but it does have the trench rails at the back, which things sticking out to help it cross over trenches. And then they changed the mantle gun for the whole mounted heavy bolter at the front to look more like the Malcador one. That was like the most visually distinct change. But otherwise, it's the same as the 40k one, kind of. And that's how the Legion's Imperial Ice one was built. And you kind of would assume that they would have made these decisions then. But it sounds like when they were doing the full-scale one, what they did is they got the guy who did all the famous Krieg tanks for Forge World. So the original, I guess, let's say, more senior designer comes along. And because they're doing a full-scale, he's like, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to make some more visual elements look more like the Malcador. So the most noticeable one of the hatches, they've changed on the sides, so they now look like the rounded, slightly exposed hatches poking out slightly that are similar to the Malcador. The some of the track wheels are exposed as well, a bit like the Malcador as well. And then, as I mentioned, the hatch at the back is the same as well. So they've done loads of different things, but it's odd that they sort of made that change between the epic scale and the 40k scale, and they didn't include it in the epic scale one.
Well, I'm looking at both right now. So the bits, because this doesn't immediately pop out to me, but then at the same time, I'm not you. I'm not a big tank person, right? So I when I see a tank, I see the kind of general silhouette, and I see some of the general kind of, design cues, and I don't necessarily immediately look at it and go, well, those are totally different things. They look to me more or less like they're the same.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I assumed they were the same because the epic scale one's so small. And it was only when I read the article, I was like, oh, are they different? And then I looked back and I was like, oh, wow, they really are. So the epic one has, if you look at the best bit to look at is probably the sides. And if you look at the hatches, the style of the hatches,
those are definitely different. Yeah, those are definitely different.
That's the most noticeable thing. They did also talk about, so one of the other things that they changed with the 40k one is they said they give you an option to have a round hatch and a square hatch because they predominantly want you, I think, to use the square hatch because that's the design of the Malcadors. However, the epic scale one uses the round hatches. So they've gone, well, we give you both options. So if you want it to look more like your epic scale tanks, you can do, which is also more like the 40k Krieg ones. And that's my other bugbear. I've seen loads of people say, oh yes, this is a Mars Alpha pattern tank. And it's like, it's not. It's similar, but it's also completely different at the same time. And it's a minor bugbear when people are like, oh, this is a Krieg Mars Alpha tank. And it's like, no, it's very different. If you know what you're looking for.
No, absolutely. And here's the thing, mate. I would fall in with the people who don't know what they're looking for. And all I see is the I don't even know what you would call these things. They've got like the flappy bit at the back, the kind of like
the trench rails.
The trench rails, yeah.
Yeah.
That to me, I see that and I go, yeah.
Legs. Yeah.
I see that bit, and it's Mars Alpha as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, so there's the engine block at the whole back is extended. That's the same as the Mars Alpha, and that's quite a quintessential design difference because it just makes the Leman Russ slightly bigger and visually more balanced than the old plastic Leman Russ. But yeah, I guess this kit, because I've seen loads of people say, oh, they want it for 40k, but there are some downsides. One of them, obviously notably, being the sponsons, especially as we've talked about to death on this podcast about how sponsons are free. So therefore it's like you'd be stupid to not have them other than for visual aesthetics. And then I think it's missing a couple of weapon options. So I think it doesn't come with the Punisher cannon. And I want to say the Nova cannon is the short stubby battle cannon that I can never remember the name of. Eradicator, I think. Was that the autocannon one? I can never remember. There's a couple of like 40k weapons that it won't include. I mean, there are potentially ways around it to sort of add those in if you wanted. I think overall it's a really nice looking tank. I'm impressed with all the extra bits that they've got on it, and I'm impressed with the other plastic tanks as well.
I quite like the fact that you can get a pintle-mounted heavy flamer. I think that's a really nice touch, because obviously the main line current day guard tanks only really have the heavy stubber as a pintle-mounted
stubber or stormbolter, which is odd because it's pretty much bar Commissar Yarrick when he was alive. Rest his soul. You could pretty much, you could never, nothing in the guard army has stormbolters other than on the vehicles, and it that just seems really weird. I feel like that's almost like a historic hangover from third, fourth edition type.
Second edition even,
system.
The second edition, in second edition there were a lot more, commanders that were wilding bolters. Storm bolters quite prolifically, and they were quite present even amongst like the infantry back in the day.
Yeah, you can still get I think even now you can get a couple of the sergeants with bolters and stuff, but quite rare, or especially bolt pistols is actually a bit more common.
When did they update the Lehman Russ kit? Because for me the Lehman Russ thing, because this is a wild statement that I'll make. I've never, ever, ever, in all the years that I've played Warhammer 40,000, engaged in the hobby, I have neither played a guard army, other than, moving your stuff around when, doing doubles. But I've also never built a Lehman Russ. Like, I've never, this is like, for you, I imagine, you've basically poured hours into understanding the mechanisms and the design philosophy of that kit. I know nothing about. I've never built one. I don't think I've ever touched the sprume. Like it's just, I don't think I've ever come near it. It's like one of the more,
I think there has been. I can't count in my head, so I'm going to say 3 versions of Lehman Russ, with the exception of, technically including this one, but there's been 3 redos, I think. The first
in plastic,
one was,
you're not talking about the resin ones, right?
Yeah, just the plastic ones from Games Workshop. Yeah. I think there was the original one. The most notable thing with that, the track links, each individual track link, you had to glue on. And you also had track wheels that weren't exposed like the new one, but you had to sort of build your sides. There was no kind of pins, so you used the track wheels, gluing on the 2 sides to form one side of the tracks. Then you could add on track links. You had these really old searchlights that had sort of spikes along the top as well, I believe. And that had, you got a Lehman Russ was one kit, I think, just on its own. Then there was a Demolisher one, which had, I want to say it had a metal barrel for that. It was like an add-on. Then I think they eventually, at some point, they redid the kit to its current iteration. And even then you had 2 boxes. You had effectively the Demolisher tank, which came with the Punisher cannon, the whatever that Nova one is, the Eradicator, and I think maybe the Plasma, and then the Battle cannon came, I think, with the Vanquisher and something else. There was so there was effectively 2 kits. They were almost identical, with the exception of the back engine block was actually ever so slightly different. So those bits, very minor bit of detailing, basically, but for all intents and purposes were the same. And then I think last year they combined the 2 kits into one. So you basically have the core Lehman Russ chassis, not the Demolisher variant, plus the 2 turret kits. So you get all the weapon options now in one box set. So I think those were like the kind of the evolution of the 3 kits, although technically 2 kits, but in a rebox just last year. And then I guess you also had the new Lehman Russ that we've just seen for Horus Heresy. And then you had even more variations when it came to Forge World. So obviously the Mars Alpha Lehman Russ with its myriad of turret options. And then there was a couple of other ones as well. It was just trying to think of the names. I want to say Griffon pattern, but I think that could be wrong. A couple of different turret variations, basically, but no real changes to the hull whatsoever.
Yeah, because the Griffon was a mortar tank, wasn't it?
Yes, but I think there was a like a Griffon pattern. Which was slightly, I could be completely wrong. I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head, but my mind's going blank. But there's a few different options. So you had the short-barreled cannon that had the coaxial storm bolter on the sides, which was quite popular, I think, back in 8th edition, because it allowed you to re-roll all your hit rolls, which was pretty strong.
I'm just looking at the sprues for it right now. It's super interesting that they are now just putting all those weapon sprues into, because I suppose in terms of obviously offering something quite good to, builders, players, collectors, I suppose now obviously you get the majority, if not everything, in the one kit, but also the components that they give you seem to kind of break down in such a way as it should be theoretically quite easy to, be able to kind of magnetize or build it out that you can.
Yes, a bit difficult to it is possible to magnetize. It's a bit tricky, but there are ways around it. But you do get 2 turrets because the turret mountings between the Demolisher-esque weapons are different from the regular battle cannon ones. And interestingly, back in sort of 6th, 7th edition, the Demolisher tank specifically had a higher armor value on the rear in comparison to all the others, which I guess is I think their explanation maybe for why there's actually 2 separate kits and the back piece is a slightly different design. So that might be them saying, yes, because it's more heavily armoured.
What's interesting as well, though, is obviously because both those sprues that they give you come with a complete set of sponsons, right? So you get 4 sponsons in these new...
No. Or do you?
No, you do. Yeah, you do. If you look at the... I'm just looking at the sprues now. Because basically what you get is you get one sprue, which is the kind of guts of the thing, the middle section.
Yes, and then you get the turret sprue. So you're saying on the turret sprue is also the sponsons. Oh, which I think maybe you're right. Yeah.
So you get 4. So actually, it's quite interesting. I suppose if you're a new guard player and you're looking to sprinkle again, if you're looking at picking up this Heresy era one for use in 40k, theoretically, if you bought that and a standard Lehman Russ, there would potentially be enough cross compatibility. Because when I look at the sides of the 40k era Lehman Russ, it doesn't look dramatically like you couldn't. I mean, maybe you probably need to finesse it with some green stuffing and some. I think
the only difference and the tricky bit is that there's a bit of banding on the new one going down the middle, which if you were to add on the external sponsons, you'd need to cut a notch out or cut that trim off completely. Likewise, loads of people have asked me if my internal sponsons would be compatible, and it's like, in theory, yes, but you'll have to make sure you cut out some of that banding to make it fit, I guess. But then the problem is, as you said, needing the internal weapons, which, if you've got the old ones, you'll have plenty of. And I think because if there are people going around there with loads of spare weapons, I think there'd be plenty to pick up on eBay and stuff like that. I think there'd be a bit of a seller's market for sponsons at the moment, if that's what people are going to be looking for.
Yeah. That's super interesting, though. I mean, because again, this new Lehman kit, it's a really, really cool kit, and ultimately the only thing that massively lets it down in the 40k sense is just literally the fact that you can't put sponsons on it. So, yeah, if there is a solution to that, I think that definitely it's very obvious that I think people will want to try and utilize that. I mean, where would you sit, Phil, if you were using this in a 40k sense? Where would you sit in regard, especially, and I'm not saying this as someone who's doing a purist Krieg army, I'm talking about it in the spirit of what Guard represent in the game today, which is a hodgepodge of different regiments, right? Like every Astra Militarum army today will have probably the Gaunt's Ghost Squad in it because it's really good, and they'll probably have some Kassakin because they're really good and they're very obviously Cadian-esque, and then they'll have some shock troopers, and they might have a unit of Krieg veteran guardsmen in there, and they may even have rough riders. So based on that, where do you sit on, if you were to use this Leman Russ kit, actually having the tank crew being represented by Solar Auxilia in the 40k setting? Do you feel like that's fair game, or would you want to swap that out for a more current day? Because obviously Solar Auxilia are not.
Yes, technically not a thing anymore. Yeah, I like some of the elements. They've got the old style flak armor on them, which I do like. I think personally I would swap them out for some other tank crew. Like for me personally, I'm sure I've still got some spare Krieg tank commanders floating around, so I would just use that. And I think I like the idea of having at least one of these and sort of counting it as a specifically a tank commander mini, because it's very heavily armored looking in comparison. I think, you just need to not paint up the banding as like the gold banding of the Solar Auxilia. And if you just paint it all grey, for example, it would blend in quite nicely. I wouldn't necessarily have a problem if someone did want to use a tank crew, because they're kind of cool models.
They're really cool,
I think you could probably get away with not using the model, but using the kind of tank commander's gribbly, servo scribe thing that they're carrying on them. I think you could use that quite easily, and then just swap out the actual mini itself.
I mean, I have to say as well, though, I think if you're maybe, if you're looking at the tank commander, that whole kind of like heads up display, the kind of dashboard that they've got and all the stuff going on, that's really cool. And I think it would resonate quite well if you're using Lord Solar, what's his job?
Leontis.
If you, because again, maybe something like this would be kind of like if it was like, he's going out to battle and he's fighting alongside, he's brought his kind of command infrastructure into it, and something like that, with that kind of armor, maybe as a tank commander in one of those retro patterns of Leman Russ, would actually kind of look kind of cool. And actually in that instance, if you had it that, this was like someone under his direct employ, it probably would feel like it makes sense that they might have this older, more Baroque ceremonial armor from yesteryear. So you could probably narratively dig your way out of that plot hole.
I think loads of people will probably buy the Solar Auxilia just to use as a 40k army and just go, well, this is my custom, regiment that it looks like Solar Auxilia, but that's not who they're really meant to be. They're just in void armor, for example. And I think that's, technically you could say their void armor should represent carapace when the generic guardsmen don't have that. But so I guess there is a slight dissonance between what the model has versus what it probably represents, unless, of course, you were to go, well, they're all just scions or they're all Kazakin, for example, because then the armor that they're wearing is at least corresponds to the armor save that they would have in the game. But I don't think most people would have a problem with it. And they are, do you know what? I was critical of the Solar Auxilia minis, like the actual figures. But I think they've grown on me already. And I think having seen like the kind of command squad stuff since then, that looks really cool. And it's like, yes, they're not as detailed as the old ones. So I kind of do go, yes, that's a bit of a shame. But I think just for the ease of, going, I could just run an army of this so much easier than I could in the past. Fantastic. I was actually quite sorely tempted to get the army box, because I was like, it just all looks great. And it's like, I would like the Leman Russ even for 40k, let alone Solar Auxilia. But it's like, I know I don't need another army project to do, so I've resisted for now. I'll probably pick up a Leman Russ at some point when it's sold separately. But all looks great. I like how the Sentinel looks, and I do think the infantry, I think especially once more of the range comes out, that would be great to see, like in its fullness as a collection.
Yeah, look, I mean, here's the thing. Compared to the Rogal Dawn, I think these are, I think everything they've done for the Solar Auxilia is, they're just so much better. The Rogal Dawn is a silly
night
thing.
and day difference between the aesthetics. And that's, I've always been a huge fanboy of the Forge World aesthetics of the Mars Alpha tank, the Malkadors, things like that. And and they feel more true to a more accurate representation of vehicles in 40k. That's the direction I would like to see. And it feels like the 40k vehicles are moving in a slightly different direction, especially when you
more of an American aesthetic to it, doesn't it?
Yeah,
sort of
if you look at and slightly
tank.
more, there's more curves in them. So the Sentinel redesign and the Rogel Dawn have a lot more kind of curves to them. Yeah, the Rogel Dawn has some sort of Sherman tank elements to them. The Cadians have obviously always looked quite American-esque in terms of like their helmets and stuff like that. So personally, that's not a direction I'm a huge fan of. And if they were to redesign the Lehman Russ and redesign the Chimera in that style, I don't want to say I'm completely tapping out of 40k, because that's not what I'd be doing, but I would be tapping out of the Guard with that visual aesthetics. I mean, I still actually like the Sentinel model. I just still can't get behind the Rogel Dawn. I've seen some people do some great conversions with them, some great paint jobs that sort of make them more palatable. But yeah, I want chunky, hard angles in my vehicles with lots of rivets. I don't want to see nice curved surfaces. That's not what they're meant to be. So yeah, the Horus Heresy aesthetic of tanks is so much better, I would say. And I would love the Lehman Russ and the Chimera to get updated in the style of how they've done the Horus Heresy Lehman Russ. For 40k specifically.
You might see those, tank patterns appearing in the Heresy range. And again, I think that's quite probable, that they add things like the, chimeras, etc. I mean, we already know that because they've redone the Baneblade, right?
They've done the Baneblade in, obviously they've done a Solar Auxiliar-ified Baneblade in Legions Imperialis. I believe there's been a photograph of
That's what I thought as well,
40k scale version. It was either that or one of the other patterns, but I'm pretty sure it was the Baneblade, yeah. And possibly was there a Shadow Sword one? Maybe not Shadow Sword yet, but I'm sure that will all come in time. I suspect we'll get a range of Solar Auxiliar tanks just hitting us non-stop in the same way that they did with all of the Space Marine Horus Heresy vehicles, where, once you've built one pattern, it's only a couple of like tweaks to make all the different variants, especially with the Baneblade. So it'd be great to see something for that.
Yeah, really exciting. Very, very exciting, to be fair. I mean, yeah, I'm always tempted by Guard just because, I talk to you about them all the time, and I think...
Is it like your one army you haven't ever owned?
Is the one army... no, not the
Have you
one
had
army.
Tyranids?
So, yeah, in the fullness of time, I have started Tyranids, and I had an Orc army. The Orc army I had was... I think I had an Orc army in 5th edition, maybe 6th edition. And then, it was 5th edition. So, yeah, I've dabbled. I had a Nid army also in 5th edition. But, yeah, I never really stuck to them. It's like, technically I had a Sisters of Battle army when they released new Sisters of Battle in 8th edition, but I gave up on them pretty quickly. So, like, I haven't done Sisters. I haven't done Guard. I think those really are the two that I've not really done. But I'm always tempted because... But I think my problem is with Guard at the moment is... again, it's like... I think, again, I'm terrified by the amount of miniatures that you need to put into a Guard army. Like, I look at the 2,000-point Guard armies, and I'm just like, wow, that's crazy. And the thing is like, those 2,000-point Guard armies have numerous troops, numerous tanks, numerous characters. I mean, I was looking at it the other day, stuff like Lord Solar, what's his chops? I think he's only like 100-something points. It's like, my lord. You've got like epic hero characters that are coming in at like, 100-something points. It's like, wow, man, this is this is something. So, yeah, that's my concern with it, is like, if I was to do it, what amount of stuff would I need to do it, and what are the costs associated with that, and then also the amount of time. Honestly, I would get a guard army if someone had a bunch of them that were built that were going for a good price. Maybe I'd probably be okay with that. If someone was like, "Oh, here's many hundreds of pounds worth of stuff for less, and I've built it all," I'd be like, "Yeah, all right, fine, we can do that." But
if you had to pick a guard regiment, which would you go for?
For simplicity, not because I particularly like them, but for simplicity, if it was a 40k army, I'd just do Cadians. Just because they're just the easiest. That's what Games Workshop.
Well, it's currently the only one you can do without having to go to like a third-party provider or kit bash with other Games Workshop kits.
Yeah, I do it in the spirit.
Yeah, because Krieg you could do, but you'd still need really to. Yeah, you still can't fully do it, I would say, yet.
Yeah, I do it in the spirit of how Games Workshop seemingly want it to be collected now. So the base would be Cadia, and then I'd sprinkle in a few flavor units. Again, in a perfect world, I'd probably want to do Katachan over and above anything else. But again, those miniatures are just tired. So
for now, I do hope they get a range refresh at some point. They deserve it.
Yeah, and I wouldn't go near Krieg just because I wouldn't want to kind of encroach on your thing. I feel like that is not that I appreciate that you would be bothered about that at all, but it's sort of like that's very much something that I associate with yourself, and I'm kind of all right with that. I just think that's
sort of like an unspoken rule in hobbying is don't do an army your friends are doing, I guess.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
I don't know if how precious people are about that sort of thing. I mean, I wouldn't mind. I don't think.
No, I know you're not precious.
I would go. It would make for a fun doubles list.
Yes.
Not that actually. Yeah. Normally, you can't actually do that though, because sometimes there are restrictions. You can't have the same faction. But if it wasn't for that, it would be a good doubles list.
Yeah, but sincerely, when you look at the range, I'd probably just stick with the Cadia like baseline and then layer some additional things into it. So yeah, I mean the range is so just Cadia now, so you can't really diversify from it too much. But yeah, the idea of building all of that though is the thing that really that to me now is probably actually the biggest barrier in the hobby. I actually think painting now is, even though it takes longer to paint stuff, depending on how you paint it, there are so many incredible ways that you can speed paint stuff now, between oil washes and, certainly things like Space Marines, you fill in a few block colors and you smash a bunch of oil washes on and wipe them off. And essentially you can pretty much call it somewhat done. It feels to me more and more now that the build process is the most tedious part of modern day Games Workshop.
Yeah, especially if you want to remove mold lines, drill out your barrels, make it actually look good. It is actually quite a time consuming process. At least it is for me. Yeah. And when people are like, "Oh yeah, I smashed out this unit in an evening," I'm like, "How? That's not possible physically."
Well, when we were talking about the months and the year within the intro segment, I do think that's the thing, in terms of best practices, it's probably good over, the summer to shift into build mode, when it gets to I don't know, April, May, just shift into, right, I'm building now and just do all that and get to a place where you've built a load of different stuff. And then in I don't know, the month of September, it's the undercoat month when it's a little bit, less warm, get all that stuff done. And then throughout the winter, you should have a really robust backlog of stuff that you can then work your way through and then start the cycle again. Because, the amount of elements. I mean, I've not looked at what the new Cadian squad is to build. I'm just opening up the website now just to see. Do they even sell
quite
the Cadian?
detailed?
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, quite. The shock troops.
I mean, my God, I'm looking at that sprue and I just want to. Oh my lord!
It's brimming with detail.
Yeah, it's a fair few. It's more components than it used to be. That's fair to say.
Oh yeah, by a long way. And it's that thing of some people want that, and then other people don't. Like it's two sides to the same coin. So and it's finding that balance between customization and simplicity.
I wouldn't mind, and I don't mind building detailed kits. Like if I needed 20 Cadian troopers, 2 tanks, some other sort of elite infantry, a unit of 10 Karsakin, you know what I mean? Like if I needed like 60 models, like, and of those 60, 50 are infantry, right? I'd sort of tolerate it. I'd be like, yeah, all right, fine. But it gets into that situation where you're like, theoretically, I've got to build 50 of just these, and then you look at the points for them, and they're like, what, like 60 points for 10 dudes? So it's like, great. Yeah. Literally, I've spent 6 weeks building, 50 miniatures, and it's 300 points for God's sakes. It's like,
well, why do you think I have so many tanks in my army? It's like I built pretty much at the start of doing my Krieg army, I did like 60 odd minis in one go. I think it was something like 40 to 50 infantry, and then another 20. Did I do the grenadiers then? I had I then did 20 grenadiers, and then I had 3 command squads of 5 men each. So, and I pretty much did that was one of the first things I did after a couple of vehicles, and then pretty much haven't touched infantry since, other than things like, I don't know, I did things like engineers and a couple of others, but it's mostly then been vehicles, because that's the stuff that's interested me the most. But there's a lot of stuff. I think there's something to be said about easy build kits and then bringing them back for like the bog standard infantry to have something you could smash out quite quickly en masse. So, your generic guardsman, if you want an advanced kit full of detail, here's one option. But if you want a simplified, almost like 2-part push fit model that looks great, you have that option as well. And I kind of liked it in 8th edition where they did a bunch of easy build kits. They weren't that dissimilar from the actual full build ones, and it's kind of a shame they got rid of them. I thought it was like a really novel concept. It was cool that they were cheaper and potentially easier to build and paint as well, because they weren't as complex.
I think it was weird though, because they focused on weird things in easy build. Like they focused on more heroes and more characters and dreadnoughts and vehicles. And it was always that weird thing.
Yeah, well, you had the Redemptor Dreadnought, you had the Intercessors, you had the Inceptors, which was a bit of an odd one, I guess. You had 2 versions of them.
The Aggressors, they did the Aggressors as well.
Oh yes,
you had
the Flamer version only, and then you had some Plague Marines as well that was easy build specific.
Yeah, there was a specific character for the Plague Marines as well, the Death Guard, sorry. But and there were the Redemptor Dreadnought didn't look quite right, but it's it did the job. But yeah, I think that's the thing though. I think sincerely, that's the thing that terrifies me about doing Guard, and just terrifies me about so much of it. I mean, again, we talked about RFW, but talking about Frank, like one of my kind of core rules these days when it comes to building 40k armies is 40k with 40 miniatures is kind of where I'm at with it now, where it's like
great concept.
Like you can't have a 40k army that goes over 40 miniatures. That is kind of like my rule nowadays. So like when I write like Space Marine armies at the moment, I'm always building them around Primarchs, because Primarchs are a single miniature that cost a fortune. I'm like, great, I'll put that in first because that's free.
Well, I was going to say, 40 miniatures is pretty elite. My 2,000 points Custodes army is about 30 miniatures. And beyond that, admittedly, that's all infantry and jet bikes. There's no dreadnoughts or tanks. Not that they technically have any really outside of the Forge World stuff now. Because who knows what's going to happen with their Contempt. I assume that's going, but Land Raider might stick around. But yeah, so 30 miniatures is, if that's the most super elite bar knights, like 40 for Space Marines is pretty elite, I would say.
Oh, totally. Well, the army list at the moment that I'm considering taking to RFW specifically is just, I start with Roberto Gilliman because he's 350 odd points. Then I put Marnius Calgar in there because he's like 185 points. So I'm like, brilliant. I've basically got like 530-ish points out of the gate from 2 characters. Admittedly, that's 4 miniatures, but, 2 characters. And then 2 units of 10 Terminators. So that's 20 Terminators. They're coming in at like 800 points-ish. 760, I want to say. And then I have a unit of 6 Blade Guard and a lieutenant, and that's and 2 captains. So I think all in that 1750 point army for RFW is 33 minis, I want to say. 33 minis. It seems all right. Yeah. And if I wanted that to be 2,000 points, I put a Redemptor Dreadnought in.
Oh, right, yes. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, Redemptor's surprisingly expensive.
Yeah, 210. 210 for the Redemptor.
Yeah. It's more than a Repulsor, which I find a bit baffling, but I guess it's got more close combat potential.
It's that -1 damage, mate. That's what makes the difference.
Oh, true. But, yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. But, last little thing from my end, and then we can probably wrap this up because I know you need to get going soon, Phil. On my end, I suppose, it's been, I'll tell you what's actually been really fun lately for me is I've really started engaging more with the local club and the players there around 40k recently. So I played a couple of games of 40k with people down the club, and that's actually been really refreshing, actually, because one of the things I actually really like about the club that I frequent is the guys that play there are kind of competitive within their own little meta, but, ultimately they're all sort of just trying to figure things out for themselves, and they're very experimental with their armies, and they're much more casual, right? Like they just want to play 40k for the fun of playing 40k, and they don't really see the problems in it. They don't sort of view it through my weird blinkered perspective, and it's actually quite lovely to turn up and bring weird armies and play with the guys. And actually, cause I'll be honest, one of the things that's been really weird, I mean, obviously I moved house a year or so ago, and where I was before, I didn't really have much of a local scene where I was, because I mean, if there were clubs or whatever, I just didn't have the time or capacity to really integrate into them. So I became more invested in just kind of playing games with yourselves, and then also playing games with people at events. So it became very event and friend focused. Whereas now it's interesting getting back into the swing of being part of a entirely separate community of gamers that get together as colleagues, if you will, on a Tuesday night to play games together. Like, we all get along fine, and, I'm sure there are blossoming friendships in there for me, but for the most part, these are strangers that I'm coming together with to, through Warhammer to sort of meet and play games with. And yeah, it's just sort of nice in a way, getting back to playing the game in that way and engaging with people. Because the thing is like, we're all regular event attendees, and even though someone like yourself, Phil, isn't like a super duper competitive player, through your exposure to that sort of world, your competency as a gamer is really quite underrated, I would say. I think you're much better than I or yourself gives you credit for. And I think that's sort of true of everyone in our group of friends. Like, I think we're very actually quite capable and good gamers on the whole. We're not maybe not the most competitive, but I think we're good. We got good levels of competency when it comes to understanding rules and systems, I suppose is what I'd say.
Yeah, I'd like to think so. And I felt like we picked up the broad basics of AOS relatively quickly, purely from the sort of the fundamentals of our experience of having done 40k quite a lot, and the grasping of the rules and things like that. Not to say it was perfect, but I think we did pretty well and can do okay at it. So no, I think that's a fair point. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying games at the club. Yeah, whenever my buddy George comes over from his time off at university and he wants a game with me here in Oxford, that's always fun because he's like always really enthusiastic about it. Like, as you say, doesn't see the problems that we necessarily see, although he was bemoaning that his Adeptus Mechanicus army's not very good in the new codex. But I think that was more just from hearing about it online, like the general online discourse sort of maybe soured his view. I don't know if he'd necessarily like actually dug through the codex himself at that point. But yeah, it's fun when people are like just enthusiastic to play 40k. I still really enjoy it. White Dwarf appeared in my mailbox. Not I have a mailbox, I have a door with a mailbox in it.
Postbox, you mean? Postbox?
Oh no, just I have a letterbox in my door. So it came through directly into my house. A mailbox is a very American term. So the latest issue of White Dwarf's quite cool. It's obviously got new missions in it, but it's got a multiplayer format for Combat Patrol, which I thought was very good. And I was like, well, you could just use this for low point games of 40k, even if it's not specifically Combat Patrol in mind. If you want to do like 1,000 points of 40k and you want to do a multiplayer experience, I think there was like something like 6 missions in there. There was like quite a decent amount. I literally just flicked through it this morning. So I haven't had a proper chance to read through it, but I mean, that looked pretty cool and interesting. And I do love multiplayer games. I think is a very underrated format. And I kind of wish Games Workshop gave it a bit more support. I feel like maybe they just let people muddle through it because I don't think there's any true game mechanics in terms of like the ordering of how people fight that's particularly balanced in any one way. And so I think maybe that's why they don't want to touch it, because maybe they perceive it as a bit too challenging. But it's great that they've done it, at least in White Dwarf.
It's definitely fair to say that in older systems, so like you, me, and Valbjorn were here at my place a couple of weeks ago, and we played a free-player game, and we used the rules from the 5th edition rulebook and played that free-player game. And their mechanic was basically roll off to see who goes first. If you go first in one battle round, you can't go. You have to go last in the next, and then basically the players that went second and third in the preceding or the previous battle round rolled off to see who would go first in this ensuing round. And I thought that was a really good system. But where that fell down is that they had built the system built around the idea of 5th edition 40k, which still used the initiative system. So when it came to resolving multiple combats, we had to kind of essentially assert that the order of activation went with the order that we were playing in that battle round. So if Phil went first, I went second, and Valbjorn went third. We would basically, resolve it in that sequence. However, in 5th edition, where it was initiative based, you just pointed at the combat and went, right, who's initiative 10? No one. Who's initiative 9?
True.
That one. That goes.
I feel like, because when we did the multiplayer game using the Crusade rules back up at Warhammer World, where it was like 6 of us playing all at once, the combat is where it gets really messy, because if, let's say you are in combat with me, even though it's Richard's turn, technically we fight again, because it's like, everyone fights in combat, so it makes combat quite brutal. Because you can go like 5 rounds of combat before you actually get your turn again. So stuff like that seemed a bit busted. I think the AOS system's really good, where it doesn't matter whose turn it is, the person whose turn it is actually picks one person to be their opponent in each phase, so you're not having multiple combats ever happening. The only downside with that one, I think, is it forces you to realistically just go all in on one person rather than go, okay, I'm going to charge some units over here against you, Dan. I'm going to charge some units against Richard, for example. Because when it comes to combat, you can only fight one of them. So it's like, well, I'm just getting a load of stuff into combat for a future turn, which, isn't such a bad problem in AOS, come to think of it, because, you don't get any bonuses really for charging. So that's less of an issue. But I quite like that one. I think that was a good way of toning down the multiplayer madness.
Yeah, I think multiplayer games by their very nature are always going to be mad, but and you can never really take them seriously in the sense of the winners and losers in that instance are all circumstantial. Again, the winner of our game with you, myself, and Velborn is a moot topic because essentially.
Oh, you say that because you won, Dan.
Just came down
You're saying that because you won.
Well, no, but it is a moot topic because, at the end of the day, the reason I won was because I basically kind of for whatever reason, I think because I was on the far on one side of the board and you were in the further side, and then Valbjorn was in the middle. So effectively, you two kind of got to each other before I got there, and then I just kind of came in at the end and swept up what was there, and it was like, oh, okay, that was I think was a bunch of slow plodding Terminators.
Yeah, that's often the downside of the free players. Is normally one person will go all in together. If it's you, me, and Richard always guns for me, hands down, and then you always get to just sweep in at the end and normally take the win. That's how it happens. And I think people always do those little grudges in those free player games. Often there's rules and mechanics for temporarily making alliances and breaking them, but I feel like those are never, at least when we play, never seem to get used all that much.
I always back in the day I used to play a load of Magic the Gathering round my mate Ginger Pete's house. So I'd go to Ginger Pete's, him and his brother. We would play Magic the Gathering most Friday nights. So it was me, Ginger Pete, and Andy. Andy being Ginger as well, but for whatever reason we never called him Ginger Andy. Make of that what you will. Yeah. But what was always hilarious was I would often win those games of Magic the Gathering because even though Andy could have basically tabled me with his cards, he'd be so incensed by his brother that he would just target him constantly, be like, right, well, I've had enough of you, and he'd start mucking around with Pete the whole time. And Pete's literally going, Andy, mate, if you just target Dan, he'd be gone, and you and then you might win. And he's like, no, go for you, Pete. You've annoyed me. And it was just what? So it was always hilarious. You had this weird thing where you'd sort of, there's always this fun layer of politics to it that I always sort of really enjoy seeing play out. And to be clear, when I play games with my siblings, I'm always the first to die. I'm always the first to be targeted because all my siblings
they know what you they know you so well, Dan.
Yeah. Exactly. They just remember. So I'm always like, oh great, I'm going to play a game of werewolf with my family, and then literally the first. If I'm not the werewolf, the werewolves in my family know never to target me because I'm always the first person that's going to get killed, regardless. So it's
brilliant.
So it's brilliant. Every game of werewolf it just starts with, well, so Dan's going to die straight away. Yeah, great, okay. Well, it's going to be whatever the odds are that I'm a werewolf this time. Yes or no, and then they work out the rest from there. Develops a bit of a complex over time, though. It sort of gets to the point where you're like, well, what's the point of me playing this game with you? Because I know I'm just dead every turn.
Because it's fun for them.
And, that's it. That's the way it goes. Cool. All right, there you go. That's episode 175. You've been delightful. Thank you for listening to all of that. We'll see you again in episode 176 when it comes around. But until then, goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
There we are, in there on the mute. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, no, am I muted again?
No, you're fine. It's just I thought I think you unmuted yourself to say bye-bye.
No, I didn't. I was just...
Oh, okay. There was a weird clicking noise. Anyway, bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.